just to be clear, as was said slightly before, last two sessions, the town of Leowin was nearly burned to the ground. In particular, the meeting house was burned down, and the refugee camp was burned down as well. Partially from the refugees, but mostly due to an unknown group of mercenaries known as the Flame Guard. Your group managed to dispatch them.
They do sound like they start fires.
Your group managed.
They're a group of arsonists.
Oh my god.
Smokey doesn't like them.
God, no, he doesn't. He doesn't like the Wapo druids anymore. Anyway, so you guys dealt with them. Then Daryl Leowin's house blew up, which you guys found out that Critigar Gorn, the hobgoblin son of a general in Merrick's army, was killed in the ensuing explosion, and Leowin and Grimbosh, the bugbear, were both wounded but stable. You discovered that a goblin assassin had done it. You ran off after her, killed her friends. She proceeded to get paid by the Shield of Merrick, who proceeded to leave a group behind to deal with you. The future version of Nerul decided to help you guys by taking them out himself, for what reason you have no idea, and then he proceeded to stomp your faces in, resulting in the death and resurrection of Aldwin, and the death and soon-to-be resurrection of Ellison.
Nope, just death. She's dead. Bye. Sorry.
Ha ha.
Kill car.
He's got two characters. I got plenty of bodies.
Oh yeah. Also, I found out we could resurrect Critigar if we wanted to.
But how? How?
Rod of Resurrection.
Yes, but that... Noted.
You're not dying that easily, bitch. Come back.
That's if he says yes. Keep that in mind. A person can
free and willing, right?
A spirit can choose to reject the resurrection if they want.
Damn.
Bruh.
Is there a spell for forceful resurrection?
Revivify.
Oh, there's the stick.
Okay.
Revivify. You don't get a choice.
Ask to be born.
Perfect.
Anyway, back to it. It is the next day. It is the 12th of Elso in the year 500 since fall. Since what fall? You don't know. Joking. Anyway, last night you all went back to your homes, which were thankfully undamaged, except Searson's. So, Searson, where did you choose to spend the night? Because you lived in the mayor's house and his house got blown up. So where'd you spend the night?
Ah, fuck!
In the alleyway.
In the alleyway. I guess I could spend it at what's his face's house?
Lyrian.
Gosh. Yes, Lyrian, that guy.
Well, he'd be happy to take you in, and so would Trevor. So would Dion.
Dion. I take my chances with the Sorcerer King. Thank you.
Alright.
I'd rather not spend the evening
Oh my god.
culturing with idealistic values.
Oh my god. We're never gonna let that go. Jesus.
Or alternatively, there's the Knight's house, which, well, that's halfway to a shit show. The satyr being living there.
So
yeah, I'd like to have some standard of living.
I would offer housing in my place, but
you live in the top
I'm
floor
kind
of
of mourning right now.
And you're living on the top floor of a blacksmith shop.
That is true.
Also, last time I checked, it was kind of messy there. So you.
No. Excuse me. That's just the blacksmith place. I don't run that. I have no that's not my part, Chief.
Okay.
Yes, but your brother does, and
my room is clean.
Okay.
So messy you left the game.
Let me rephrase. Let me continue, please.
Sorry.
So basically, you spend the night there, and that same night, a purple moon came out as one of the moons were in the new moon phase. Which, as you know, a purple moon means the appearance of the Dark Brother. However, nothing happened. Nothing happened around Leowin, as it were. Funnily enough.
Okay, so he did something somewhere else.
Yes. Okay. And you guys all wake up, and it is snowing outside. It's gray, and the town is slowly starting to come back into things. And I guess you guys spend these next 5 days trying to recoup from what's happening and preparing for the resurrection of Ellison. Is that correct?
Wait, what was that?
You guys are planning on recouping and working and probably preparing for the resurrection of Ellison?
I am, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also seeing if I can find anything on that Lupin fucker.
Roll an investigation check for me.
Let's get the dice out.
Baldwin's gonna go Walker. Gonna go see if he can find steel first.
Alright.
Possibly a few mages. Or the mage leader, rather.
Alright, let's see here. Will a 23 suffice?
Yes. He goes by the name Nathaniel Merrick, but his true name is unknown because he's Lupin and no one knows Lupin where he's around him except for the other person that helped him escape, known as Blue Moon. He is a Lupin from Redia, a country of Lupin, Gnolls, and Wolffarer. Everyone tries to get on the good side because if they don't, they'll absolutely slaughter everything in a 10-mile radius because they're the most devastating country out there so far. And basically, he's the shield of merit. He's meant to protect him, but he's also his spy master, as it were, doing his dirty work and the like, which means that he was most likely the one who hired the assassin to kill Gorin and Grimbosh. On top of that, he is a master swordsman. He's one of the best swordsmen from his land, but he's not the best. As from what you can gather, there's someone back home that's defending the homeland, and he was allowed to leave because that person had to stay. He's apparently
so he's Merrick's spy master and not the best swordsman from his land.
Second best.
Yeah. All right. Second best.
He's also a devout follower of the Lupin gods, shown by the fact that he absolutely despises everyone who hurt the Lupin.
So, devout follower of Lupin gods?
Mm-hmm. And no, Lupin gods, not Elven gods. He hates the Elven gods.
Hates in all caps.
Oh,
Elven gods.
And last but not least, also, your contact back in Unegula?
Yeah.
At some next day, a horse rides into town with a red bag, and it is.
Of course, it's his head.
Yep. It was a message from Nathaniel, most likely, basically saying that he knows about your little spy ring.
Don't worry, I'll make him regret living sooner or later.
Well, yeah, there's that. And with that,
okay. Anything on anyone he treasures?
Nothing on anyone from his homeland because no one knows him, but you do know that he apparently only consorts with Blue Moon, known as Shalfei apparently, and Merrick. Alright,
Blue Moon is an
Who's
ally
Blue Moon
of
exactly?
his.
Blue Moon is a Wolffarer who's the second in command of Merrick. He's known as the Blade of Merrick because basically he leads almost every single attack. And wherever he goes, it usually ends in a victory for Merrick.
Except for today.
He's calculating, he's intelligent, and he wields 2 twin axes that shred through his enemies.
Gotcha. And we're gonna be facing him sooner or later. I wonder how many attacks he has. Alright, the Wolffarer and alright, so he's only basically one to conspire with Blue Moon and Merrick himself.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no one else that I could use against him that isn't a boss character.
He probably would be willing to let every one of them die as long as it completes his goals.
Damn, I was like, even if he donated gold to an orphan on the street, that would be something I could use. But no,
that makes you look horrible.
He's willing to let everyone die. All right.
Yeah, like cares about his people. Anyway.
Wait, I just killed more of his people. There
are no Lupin in your town.
I go to Lupin Town and kill the Lupin.
First of all,
that sounds very racist.
First of all, that's Western Hanak. Second of all, that's also in Redia, which is full of them, and they are a bunch of tribes that are willing to go apeshit on anyone that pisses them off.
Well, they pissed me off first,
I know,
so...
And the allies have to knock on top of that.
and kill them.
To be honest,
Alright,
that's about what I expected, but I still find it funny.
Accidentally just mistake Searson for one of those.
Oh my god.
Whoops!
Alright, I'm sorry, Trevor, but this guy
Collateral damage.
killed my sister just because he mistook her for an elf, okay? And he killed our party leader also because he's an elf. So I will pay him back in full kind. It doesn't change that he did that, though.
Anyway. Change the subject now.
Okay.
Okay. So, Tate, you open up your bakery for the day, correct? Or do you choose to leave it closed in honor of Ellison?
I don't know. You said in honor of Ellison, but I'm also like, we need to make money, so I'm gonna open it.
You open it up, and during the course of the day, why does football keep cutting out? Anyway, over the course of the day, Lyrian comes in.
Who?
Lyrian, Nera, guy, former sorcerer king,
Oh, okay.
and you see that he's carrying one of the gold bird cages,
Okay.
and he kind of like put it. He said, "I believe you wanted one of these, correct?"
Is that the birdcage?
Mm-hmm. Golden bird cage and all.
Yep.
He kind of like looks around and says, "Where would you like me to set this?"
On top of the bakery case, I guess, if we have one.
He nods and he kind of like puts it there safely, and he kind of like turns it a bit, and then he kind of like puts his hands out, kind of making sure that it's right, and then he leaves it. There we are.
Thanks.
No problem. He then kind of like stands at the counter and he looks at you. How are you doing?
Nah, alright, I guess. Lost one worker, but, you know.
Yes. I saw that everyone in your group was shaken about what happened to Ellison. But are you sure you're alright?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
I'm no stranger to death. I personally led I've led thousands, well, millions to die on battlefield, so I know the effects it can have on other people, so I'm just checking in on everyone to make sure that they're alright. I know that, and it's always the quiet ones that sometimes take things the hardest. So
Yeah, not me, buddy. I mean, Ellison was great and all. She was a bit annoying, but she was pretty cool.
If you're sure. And if you're not affected by her death, he then kind of like taps the counter. Nothing else getting on you? Not not the amount of death that's happened thus far, or killing you've had to do. He says as he looks at you.
Kind of glare at him, but don't say anything.
I only ask because I've seen people who have been affected by that same thing before. I almost had at one point back when I first started my bid to try and change the world. It's intoxicating. He says he looks away. And if not watched, well, it can consume you. As I saw that happen on the battlefield before as well. On the opposite side, unfortunately, which meant that I had to fight it off along with the help of Leowin.
Look, I appreciate you telling me this, but I'm fine. Seriously.
If you're sure. He then nods. I hope you and Whitney have a wonderful day. He then decides to walk towards the door. Oh, wait, that reminds me. And then he comes back and then he buys some of your sweets. But he pays full price for them. Kind of just like he gets the reduced price thing for Ellison, but he kind of wants to pay full price.
Okay, cool. How much is that?
He'll give you about 30 gold for the sweets.
Okay.
And then he takes them and he says, "Your sweets did wonders on convincing the Kavasian queen to help us, by the way."
Well, Whitney made those. I'll be sure to tell her.
Never discount your own effort. Definitely does come into play, he says as he takes them. And then
Alright, man. See you around.
he nods and he walks away, slowly waving, without looking.
Weird.
And we'll work. All the workers kind of like watch him as he goes, and then they kind of like glance over at you. One of them was sweeping the floor before he kind of like looks down if you try to look at him and starts going back to sweeping.
Okay, that was kind of weird.
You get the atmosphere seems kind of off, which doesn't help the fact that remember that doesn't help the fact those three kids that tried to steal from Whitney and then later tried to help her after she saved the town. 2 of them died last night, so the last one's kind of like huddled off in a corner trying to do his work, but kind of like sniffling here and there as he's wiping down a table.
Wait, how did they die? Or was I not there for that?
You found their bodies. You were trying. Well, you weren't there in session. I mean, actually, but what happened was basically they were attacked by the refugees and Flame Guard, and 2 of them were killed by them. The last one.
Do I know this in character?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you found out because the others recognized them and kind of let you and Whitney know since they worked for you. He's kind of like
okay.
Yeah, he's kind of like over there in the corner, just sniffling as he's cleaning a table.
I'll go over to him.
Hey, boss, need help with anything?
No, you should go home.
Oh, well, I'm fine. I gotta work it. It's my day in anyway.
I don't like that. I know your friends just died, and I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. They were always troublemakers, but at the end of it, they did try to help everyone. That's what they wanted to do. As we all did.
Look, they were little shits, and you were a little shit before you started working here, but I do appreciate you being here and helping me and Whitney out.
He kind of like gives a smile as he kind of like wipes off some of his tears. It's no trouble. You guys helped our town, and we were kind of jerks, so we were right to help out. It's what a good person does. He gives a weak smile.
But you can go home, if you want to take some time to yourself.
I need to work. Being back home, being back at the tree is just gonna remind me of them, and I'd rather just keep my hands busy.
All right. Yeah, he kind of like taps his shoulder, like pats it.
Mm-hmm. He kind of like nods, goes back to work as the 2 of you go back to work. Eventually, your sister does pop in, Faye.
Oh, I haven't seen her for like a couple of sessions.
Yeah, well, you saw her before. You saw her before the meeting, and you saw her after the meeting a little bit, and then all hell broke loose, literally.
Okay, what she want?
He like walks in and kind of like sits down at the counter and says, "Well, this place is really depressed right now." He kind of like whispers this.
I think that's everywhere.
Yeah, good reason for that, considering what happened. Lot more people died than what I'm sure this town is used to. I bet.
Yeah.
This is the exact opposite of back home. That's for sure.
I thought back home would be worse. We're killing all the time.
Yeah, but the problem is people have parties when they do it.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, but home's home, so I'm used to it. I know you. Well, there's that whole situation, so I won't go into that because there's nothing to go over. He says with a bit of a smile.
Anything I should know about?
You know those guys in the red armor and everything, the flame guards you call them?
Mm-hmm.
So I had to look into their weapons because all of them were like lit on fire and stuff, and I was trying to figure out why. And I got a smell of something that I knew I recognized before. You know, we dragonfire are with our noses, and I recognized the smell. It's fire elemental ash, to be particular.
Really?
Yeah, which means these guys are killing fire elementals and using their ashes and stuff to basically make their weapons flammable. Pack a mean punch too.
Well, that's fucked up.
Yeah, but you know what that means?
What?
It means I can track them, she says.
Can you?
She then gives you a look. You know that I'm all about the elementals.
True, but you are kind of obsessed, so I have to ask.
She rolls her eyes. Yeah.
Alright, well, go see what's up.
Oh, well, I'd rather tell you because it looks like your buddy Alwyn might tear someone's head off if I go see him and mention them to him.
I'll probably mention it to him when I see him.
Yeah, I know he won't tear your head off because I think you do it first.
Alright.
He then says, "Also, can I get a few of those these sweets, particularly the chocolate filled ones?"
Alright, fine, but you're not getting a discount.
Oh, come on, not even because I'm your sister?
No, Whitney works hard for these. No discount.
Fine. He gives you 15 gold. And then she takes some of them and walks out. I'll let you know what I find.
Alright, see ya.
And then she walks out. Lots of strange people coming in today, one of the customers says as he watches her leave.
He sounded old. Is he an old man?
Yeah, he's an old man. He's an old man that hangs out around Leowin. Everyone knows about this guy.
Will we know him?
He's the old guy.
Yeah, he's called old. Oh, God, where's his name? Hold up, I gotta actually grab his name because this is the first time he's been introduced. God, I've been meaning to have this guy introduced for so long, but I never had a moment. Old man Uwo.
Uwo.
Give me a second.
Whoa.
About to say Uno. Okay, Uwo.
He's an elderly elf man, which makes no sense to anyone that sees him because elves aren't meant to get elderly, but no one questions it.
Nice.
Damn.
Some weird ones coming into town. Not bad ones though. At least not like those characters last night. Ow.
Uwo, why can't you mind your business?
I'm old. Old people get nosy.
Well, nosy will get you killed if you stop doing that.
Yeah, I got this town to protect me, and I got you since I buy all your sweets.
Right, that's true.
Ow.
You are, I'm not going to say it to anyone else, but you are my favorite customer.
The old man's always the favorite, especially when he buys your stuff.
Exactly.
Ugh. He then goes back to eating his sweets because he likes to hang out. He likes to hang out on the bakery every time he kind of like switches between the bakery and the well sometimes where he hangs out.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah. Everyone,
Cute old man.
you know that Pino the cleric kind of like watches over him sometimes. She talks to him too and like kind of like gives him shelter and stuff.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. And your day kind of like goes along as not much happens for you.
All right.
It's just you kind of like glance over at the birdcage here and there, and it's a nice birdcage with 250 golds. It better be nice.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
you know that what's his name? Thrin visits here and there. The quirky Fey elf.
What's their name?
Thrin.
Oh, okay.
He shows up here and he pops in here and there, mainly to add his own bright personality to the bunch.
Okay. He just show up.
Yeah, you know that you remember the state that you found him in last night kind of made everyone wonder if he's all right because he was surrounded by a bunch of roots of Yggdrasil that had impaled people and he was covered in blood, but he's acting normal.
You alright?
Why wouldn't
Man.
that be?
Well, last time I saw you, you were surrounded by those things.
It was just dealing with the trash. He gives a smile.
What you doing here?
Sweets! I need to get some for me and Nerul, especially Nerul, since he hasn't left that treehouse. Or his little corner of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been stuck inside what we call the dark heart. It's where the tree basically gets no light. And he's stuck himself in there since last night.
What, after all when Ellison died?
Yeah. Particularly Ellison, but also after the Purple Moon, too. Makes you wonder.
Okay, well, I'll slide in one of Ellison's favorites. I forgot what she liked, but let's just take a guess.
I think she liked the donuts.
Yeah, I guess.
I think she was the donuts. But he nods and says, "Thank you." He pays.
No problem.
He pays you. Let's go with 20 gold this time.
20. Okay.
He's gonna take it. And he say, "Be well, Tate."
You too, man.
Oh, and remember, always smile. It always puts a smile on someone else's face. He says with a big grin on his.
No.
Aw, not even for Whitney.
Only for Whitney.
One day I'm gonna get you to smile.
Bye.
Bye. He then kind of skips out the door. He's like one of the few people who's left happy currently in the town, from what it looks like.
Okay.
But with that, we're going to transition. And Dion and Aldwin, both of you are hanging out at the docks where Steele is. He's kind of like surveying some of the refugees and kind of like he's surveying the refugees and he's taking the strongest ones to basically press them into his mercenary group. He's kind of like leaning against one of the poles as he's looking over them. He's like, that one, get the big one right there too. There's Aldwin and Dion I'd like to add.
Aldwin's kind of watching with. He's still rattled from last night. He kind of has like he's kind of watching this with one crazy eye a little bit wider, with one eye being wider and crazier looking than the other.
Noted. Any of them that look like they would be good in the mercenary group. If they look like they fit, he's gonna put them in. He kind of like takes all the ones that he likes, and then he says, "All right, your guys' turn." As he motions over to Verno and the other mages, you notice them analyzing the refugees, and he's noticed the ones with magical potential, and they automatically snatch them. And you see some of them being torn away forcefully. And Steel kind of like sends in some men to help the mages get them if they put too much of a fight. And as this is happening, Lirian kind of walks up between the two of you and he says, the people who lose in war are always the first to suffer. Yes, as against their will. But
Indeed.
I'd bet you'd best not try and stop them. This, to be honest. Blueang kind of like looks at you and he says, "Well, you best not try to stop it. The mages will see it as getting more mages in their corps to train and to use in your little war. Well, little conflict. This is no war, but to use them in the conflict, and also just to make sure that they get taught properly how to handle their magic. It's better this than the other options."
Technically, this would be the best way to appease them anyway.
Yeah.
Or at least make them a little bit happier. If I don't like it either. But if it's only a stint for like 3 months while all this is happening and they get to go home, then
they won't get. You notice that they're mainly grabbing like adults and like grown up people, which also notice that they're grabbing children too. And he's like, they'll never leave this life once they get into it. The mercenaries will be the lucky ones. The mages won't. Though I guess it's better this than what's going to happen to the rest of the town.
Well, not even to mention those that participate in burning a town directly.
Yes, if any of the townspeople get their hands on them, they'll beat them to death.
I got a thought in store for them later.
Well, make sure to be kind. If you're not, well, I'd say you're going to spurn the more racist elements of your group even more racist elements of your group even further. I can already tell the disdain for goblinoids is slowly increasing around here.
Oh, at least for the ones from the outer province, they just won't be able to sell their produce to the market and have to give it to the state, to the province itself. That's punishment enough.
Slippery slope, he says. He kind of like leans against a couple of crates. It starts with that, then it turns to they're not allowed to enter the city in general. Then it turns to any of them that turn up get beaten to death.
But it's just the initial thoughts. I'm waiting until the dust settles before using any last will I have with any groups to exercise it.
Even
Where most people just want to go home at this point.
He kind of like he nods to you all when then he glances over at Dion and he asks, "You've never been in war, have you?" Well, yes, conflicts is one thing. This is what this is. But a war is entirely different. The townspeople see it as a war, but that's not what it is. But anyway, with bloodshed like this breeds fear. Fear breeds complicity. Complicity means things get simplified. And what's one easy way to simplify? But but the way they simplify it is in ways that would best be left not to happen. First, it's the goblinoids are fighting for their people. Then it turns to the goblinoids are fighting for the land, and then it turns to the goblinoids are fighting to wipe out the elvish stain, as some survivors' descendants will try to call it. They'll paint them as an enemy, and paint them as a abomination that needs to be destroyed. It always happens, but when people aren't careful. You look between the two of you, and that's why it's best that you don't let that hate or anything that happens to you consume you. He kind of like looks over at Aldwin. Speaking of which, how have you been since you died?
Well, I walked back to my home, fell in bed, didn't even change the out of my ripped armor as he lifts up his winter cloak to show his, where he was stabbed.
Yes, it's healing up. It's healing up nicely at this point, but he nods as he sees the scar that it's gonna form.
It's gonna be an interesting one for the missus to see. I'll say quietly, and then I barely got any sleep. Had a slight nightmare from the fall of the keep, and then woke up and couldn't go back to sleep.
I didn't even know you allowed yourself to slip into dreams this time. You must have been very tired.
It's either that or keep myself on a razor's edge for, far too long and can't slow down. Then who was it?
Talking about your retainers.
Yeah, then one of my retainers.
Grayo's your best friend. Lenato's your squire, your student, and Reverus is your friend.
Well, when I couldn't go to sleep, I got up and got some wine for myself, and Reverus was up. Or more, he was stumbling back in from the Fey Kingdoms. He saw I was a complete and utter shit show and couldn't say anything. You could tell what happened to me.
May I offer some advice? As someone who has died far too many times to be healthy, most likely.
Death isn't healthy for anyone. What are you saying?
Both you and him kind of laugh over that for a moment. Yes, it's not. The sleep aids thing from Dion's probably an idea, but what I was just going to suggest is I'd recommend focusing on the life around you. Mainly your friends or anyone closer. After all, your loved ones can usually pull you out of that respite. It's best not to throw yourself back into the work. Bearing too much weight will cause you to break. And if you break, those pieces won't go back to normal like they used to.
Oh, not.
You kind of pat you on the shoulder. Let us handle this. Let's say you and your group have earned a bit of rest for a bit.
Well then, let me tell you what I have in mind then. If you're gonna take the weight off me.
Let's hear it. We're dealing with a lot more, considering that Virno and Leah are absolutely... livid's an understatement.
Alden points at the mage captain and then at Steel.
Deal with them.
Well, first off, get Steel to have his men patrol the outer perimeter of the town and guard the entrances.
He nods. North and south roads, but we might have to start putting people in the forest.
And then he points to the mages. I hate this, but some of those mages have at least mind reading available. Anyone who enters and leaves the town.
Detect thoughts?
Yes, just see if they even have an inkling of destroying the town. Just at a minimum, try to keep them out or press into further questioning. And if it's just simply the PTSD, shell shock from all this, then let him in. But if not, then put him in the chain gang for now.
Then pulls out one of the sweets he got from the bakery and he hands them to both of you. You hear that, guys? Just to be clear.
Yes.
Just checking.
Wait, what?
Lyrian handed both Aldwin and Dion some sweets he got from the bakery.
Oh yeah.
And then he kind of like looks up at the sky and he says, "Beautiful day for snow." And sort of a reminder that there's always light. There's always a light at the end of the path. Always leading you to where you need to go. Always leading you, potentially, to a better day. And then he bows to both of you. And then he takes his leave. He walks over to Steel and the rest of them. And then, skipping forward to the next day, to the 13th of Elso, still snowing. This time we're going to focus on Terrence and Ragus.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a knock at your door, at the door to the alchemist shop, and Lillian peeks in. Is this place open for business, or is it closed down?
Oh, we're always open.
Wonderful. He then kind of slips in.
Is there anything you need today?
I'm just checking in on you two.
30,000 potions, perhaps. Sorry, what?
I'm just checking in on everybody, just to make sure that your group is all right.
I'm all right. How about you, Terrence?
Terrence just sweeping the floor, kind of looking down. Oh, I'm fine.
Are you absolutely sure about that? I'd like to make sure, as someone who's gone through what you've gone through many times, I'd like to make sure that both of you are all right.
Yeah, it's just that many things are happening right now, and I need some time to process it.
Well, don't worry. For these next couple of days, I think everyone is going to give you guys breathing room. You all seem to be the ones that were closest to Ellison.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you were the
hopefully.
yes, but are you absolutely sure that you're all right? Yes, with a kind smile.
Yes, and then he just keeps sweeping the floor and stuff, kind of moving more away.
He looks over at Ragus.
I see no reason why it wouldn't be.
All right, wonderful. Just making sure, he says with a smile.
How about you?
I
Heard
am.
you took a beating.
He takes a deep breath. Not the first one I've taken, but it was worth it to protect the town, to protect everyone.
Mm-hmm.
He then kind of like rolls his neck a bit, still sore from that. Never, the pain and aches never really go away. Hopefully.
No, I don't suppose they really ever do.
So I say that, and you probably don't know what it's like to deal with having quickly healing wounds that still ache and stuff. So sorry for the presumption and everything how I spoke.
No, I understand. I think there was this one time back in the day that something like that may have happened.
Did you happen to get stabbed because you shortchanged someone? He says, making a
Oh, it's always like that.
He looks
You
over.
just gotta keep on going.
He looks over at Terrence. You weren't there for that, were you?
We don't talk about that.
I'll take your word for it. I assume it was a rather dastardly event.
Always. place, definitely, when it comes to ragging.
You rabbit folk are always interesting. It's been so long, though. Last time I saw rabbit folk really was back when I was back in Aether, actually, so many years ago.
What's Aether?
Oh, the Western continent.
Like Terrence.
That's where me and Searson come from.
Oh.
No, we came
Interesting.
from opposite spots. She came from what most of mainland Aether likes to call the Tickrel Isle, and I came from the main body of it.
Oh, I remember Tickrel Isle. I was there way a long time ago.
I assume that's where you met Searson.
Of course.
If I may ask, what's the story there?
I sold her something that I put the wrong label on. She suffered quite a bit of consequences. I suffered even more consequences.
Is this why you gained your
And-
reputation for a failed merchant?
Something. I wouldn't call myself failed, just a bit beleaguered.
Hmm. To be honest, the fact that you still go on is a bit of a testament to that. Your confidence and determination is actually quite warming.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel the same for you, good sir. May I interest you in a potion of self-confidence, perhaps?
I'll pass for the time being. I might need that when I talk to Leah next, considering that she wants to rip my head off, but... Actually, some days I don't know whether she wants to rip my head off or something else. Or do something else to me. Yeah.
Who are we talking about again?
Leah, the mage hunter of the Mages Guild.
Oh,
The one who gave me emotions to the tattoos.
understandable.
Yes. Seems that apparently Searson had let something slip. But something that I could do, and both her and Vino are very, very interested in it.
Oh, she's letting things slip again.
Again.
Whoop, you didn't hear this from me.
Thank you. Thank you, Magus.
Oh, anytime.
He looks over at Terrence and he says, have you been able to work on your music anymore?
Well, not recently.
If I may offer some advice, I'd recommend it. Music can be quite uplifting.
Yeah, I might go see. Wait, what was the name of the satyr?
Reverus.
Yes, I might go talk to Reverse at some point.
Well, I hope you compose beautiful music.
I try.
And most likely succeed, he says with a smile. But I've taken up too much of your time. I'd best go and check in on... I'd best go check in on the brothers.
Yes, the brother.
Alright.
Which one?
Both of them. Though,
I see.
yes, Veneer and oh goodness, Veneer Senior and Masiris. Oh, that entire family must be a wreck right now. Oh, I'd best get going. I wish you both the best.
Thank you.
No problem. And remember, there's always a light for a new day. That's bound to get better. he says before he leaves.
Damn.
Why, of course, good sir.
And then he leaves you to your devices.
What shall we have for breakfast today, Terrence?
I don't know. Do you have any good ideas?
How about eggs and biscuits? Maybe we can go to the bakery soon.
Eggs and biscuits. Okay.
And make yourself an egg and biscuits. Make yourself an egg and biscuit sandwich.
Just 2 biscuits and an egg inside of them.
Maybe add a bit of meat.
Like a hard-boiled egg, you know.
I prefer scrambled. Anyway, so.
Okay. Sure.
So is that what you guys are gonna have for breakfast and the like?
Yes.
All right. And then you guys decide to head out for the bakery after that?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, weren't we gonna go to the bakery to get the biscuits?
Yes, we're
Or
going
do
to
we
make
have them already?
I assume you guys are gonna get them from them. In that case. At which point you guys head there and you see that Tate is working the desk as usual.
Tate. Classic. Hello! I believe you are the one they call Tate.
Oh, hey, Ragus. That is Ragus, right?
Mm-hmm.
No! It's Ragus!
I'm not doing that extra R thing, no.
Old man Uo just kind of like laughs in his seat.
Hey, Norm.
Hey, Norm. You mean Taryn?
Yes.
Mean Terrence,
Bruh.
sorry. Hey, Norm. Who's Norm?
Look, I keep
You
slipping.
remind me of this Norm fella.
Look, I keep sleeping into Trevor. So
Kinda remind me of this Norm fella.
Hi, Tate. Good morning.
What you guys need today? Peace.
We're just here to get some biscuits.
Oh, okay. Just biscuits?
Yeah, what else would we?
Yes.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we
Some
got
people
the
usually
eggs.
buy scones.
Scones! Sorry. The hell's a scone?
It's actually pretty good. Whitney makes them just right. I'll put one in for you guys to try with your biscuits.
Sounds delicious.
I give them, what, 2 biscuits?
Okay.
And a scone, which is blueberry. Blueberry scone.
Sounds like a
Terrence,
fancy scone.
that reminds me.
Yes.
I'm going to be leaving soon. I doubt you'd come with me.
Leaving? To where?
I don't know. Business isn't that wise here.
Wait, can you say that again?
I'm looking to expand my business.
Expanded?
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan then?
Well, I was hoping you'd be in on it.
Well,
You'd become
you
the
just told me
first.
about it. Can you give some more details?
Indeed. I was hoping that you, Mr. Terrence, would become the first manager of Ragus' Alchemical Workshops Limited Liability Corporation.
Gee, that's a
Oh.
lot.
He's just sitting there just like, what?
That's all you have
Tastes
to
like,
say.
what the fuck?
What the fuck? Girl, what?
So, basically, that means I'm gonna run the shop and you're gonna leave, right?
Well, someone's got to open up a new shop somewhere else.
In what way will this still be your shop then?
Well, you own it, right?
I do?
Well, futuristically speaking.
Oh. Well, I still don't know very many things about potion making.
You don't? Well, we need to fix that. Date, do you happen to know a thing or two about that?
Hell no, I don't.
Wait, I thought you and Whitney had a bakery back somewhere else.
Didn't he say potion making though?
Oh,
Yeah.
potion making. I'm sorry, my hearing's been getting bad.
Yeah, I don't know anything about potion making.
Nothing about potion making.
No.
Maybe we can teach you how to make wine. I know Searson knows how to make wine. Who
Mm,
knows? Maybe she might get off her feathery arse and help you out.
no, maybe. Hold on, BRB.
Anyways, it's a very simple plan, Ragus. You own the shop, I own you. Therefore, I own the shop as well.
Might want to rename that. Might want to rework that. Just saying. That just sounds like slavery to me.
No. It's a promotion. I'm just this boss.
I,
Well, that's a promotion to slavery then.
Oh my god.
That's just slavery with extra steps.
Exactly.
Is it everything just slavery with extra steps?
As someone who lived long enough to see elves and slaves way too many people. Yeah. You wouldn't believe the stuff I've seen.
I mean, I'd rather take this slavery over the next slavery.
I'm sure. You see,
At least you get paid, and you own a business. Ask her, Tisk.
Okay, I'm just saying you're probably gonna have to
Oh my
teach me more
God.
about potions if you want me to do that.
Of course, of course. Oh, she BRBing. We might
Okay.
want to skip to someone else.
alright, if that's the case.
Okay, I guess we just went back to
Uo was kind of like just staring at you guys leave, and kind of like obviously there's always Searson helping me out with the business, or that bird. I think that's that bird lady's name.
She can make wine, but can she stop whining?
My goodness. Okay, that was a good one.
Oh my
That was a good one.
Oh my god.
Anyway, switching now. The Eligard family. Here we go. The Eligard Lastimosta family. You guys, your entire household kind of just shrunk back inside Rainier's home in a way. Well, not Rainier and your family's home after the events that had happened.
Hmm.
And there's Callan, you're kind of like walking downstairs, kind of like clearing out some stuff that Vernier kind of like left around because he was kind of heartbroken by what he heard about Ellison. And you see Lyrian outside as he walks up to the chess table and he puts one of his pieces, solidifying the checkmate that he put both you and Aldwin in.
Wait, so is he playing as like a third party in this chess game, or?
Yeah, at some point you and Aldwin realized that he was messing with your board, and you guys tried to outplay him, and he proceeded to destroy both of you at the same time.
This is outrageous. This is unfair.
And you're looking out of you're looking through the window as this is going on because you're inside the shop, and he's outside.
Oh, I open the door and I guess motion for him to like that he's able to, or he's free to come inside.
He kind of pulls his hood down, quickly walking inside as it's snowing harder outside. Thank you. The snow's getting worse out there. It is getting colder on top of that.
Yep. Stops for no one.
How are you doing, Galadin?
I'm living.
So not well then.
Well, I lost someone that I swore to protect.
I know
Failed to do that.
I know the feeling. I assume the family has taken it quite roughly. He says as he kind of like looks up towards the ceiling for a moment.
You could say that, yes.
Well, at the very least, it seems that Rainier has been working himself into a stupor trying not to think about it, but what have you been doing?
Trying my best to find anything, whether it be information or otherwise, that I could turn to an advantage for our current situation, along with some own personal projects.
He nods as he looks at one of the designs that Rainier left on the counter, and he doesn't look at you. He says, "Looking for Nathaniel, or a way to get to him."
You could interpret it that way, yes.
Well, it'll be a tough fight. Speaking from experience, I knew his.
Yeah, I know. I fought the guy. I fought the little bastard.
I fought his father, who's far better than him. He says he looks at you.
All right, one-upping me, of course. Yes.
Not as a way to one up you, but just to say I know what it's like to fight that.
Yeah.
The way they fight.
Yeah. Yep, they have that, well,
the blade
if you even look like an elf, then you might as well be dead to them.
Yes.
Literally and figuratively.
Well, that's what happens when your people decide it's a smart idea to abuse, enslave, and commit genocide on an entire race for not siding with your gods.
Well, I never took part in that. Neither did my sister.
I know.
Since it was a while ago, and I'm guessing this guy probably knows about what I am.
It's more like the process for what he is. To put this in perspective, he and his father took a pact with their gods. The way it works is they are defenders of the Lupin, and as a result, they are filled with the presence of the dead Lupin. Every single bad memory, every single negative emotion that that a Lupin has probably felt over the course of their life and how they died gets flooded into them, and as a result, they get a sixth sense of sorts when they can spot their most hated enemies.
Yeah, I could see that. Yes.
It turns the best of them feral. It turns the worst of them into absolute monsters.
Yeah, this guy, a little bit of both.
Yes. He kind of like taps the counter. I do hope you aren't planning on becoming a monster in his stead to fight him.
well, not hopeful. I hope I don't have to cross that line either. But if it has to be done, then well, we'll see what happens.
The road to evil is paved with good intentions. When you
That is a truth, yes. That many should know.
cross that line, it becomes a drug. It becomes addictive, and you never stop crossing them.
I take it you say this from experience?
In a way, I had to do towards the end of my conquest. I had to take some actions to ensure that my plan could get closer and closer, and as a result, I've created my greatest enemy and my greatest downfall. The King of Liberation, as I like to call him.
Yeah?
A human. I murdered. I put down his family in a rebellion, and in a truly horrible rage, he led the entire West against me.
Ah. Yeah, that'll do it.
Resulted in the slaughter of too many innocent people. Resulted in my death for a brief moment, and resulted in me returning to see my capital burning to the ground. And
Probably wasn't a good feeling.
It taught me a valuable lesson.
Yeah.
It taught me that if I try to justify horrible actions by saying that it'll be worth it in the end, it's not going to matter to the people that I've hurt, that I've destroyed. I'll just spawn another monster who will want to hurt me, and then when I'm hurt, someone else will get hurt, and it spawns an endless cycle of you've seen it yourself. You've seen the way the land is in. For you, it's more personal. Yours is hit closer to home than most. Yours is hit close to home, like so many other people's have. The only difference is that you, thankfully, haven't walked off the edge yet. I'm sure your family loves you the way you are. I don't think they'd like to see you become like him just to get back. If anything, when Ellison comes back, I feel like that should remind you that if you can beat him by playing above his rules, you're better than him, and you can still save people without having to go to actions that might result in you getting hurt later. After all, you do something horrible, and one day down the line, the child of the person that you murdered will come for your head.
That depends if anyone knows the story.
He kind of smiles for a moment and looks down. There's always a story. The only question is how it gets told.
True that.
He then pulls out a bag of holding. And he pulls out some flowers and he hands them to you. Condolences from me, Thrin, and Aerul.
Well, I take the flowers and give them a gander, look at them, observe them, and say thank you. I appreciate it. And tell Nerul I appreciate. Well, he probably hears us right now, but
he hears.
Thank you.
He always was quick to use echoes at moments.
Well, in the slim chance that he didn't hear my thanks, please do tell him that I said thank you for what he's done.
He nods and stands and pats you on the shoulder. It always gets better. Just keep looking up. And then he leaves.
Well then.
And then you hear a shout from further into the blacksmithing shop. Kaladin, have you seen my hammer? The good one.
As it's on my satchel, like, I'll look around.
Oh my goodness.
And then after a few minutes, I give it to him.
Thank you. He goes right back to work from what he was working on.
All right, then.
Seems like he's working on this. It seems like he's working on this massive cylinder-like object.
What you working on there?
Personal project I got. Personal project I got from down in Umayig. I technically stole it from the Grand Architect, but he wasn't using it.
As long as they don't trace it back here, we should be fine.
Oh please, oh please, oh please! I'm a 20-year-old apprentice to a blacksmith. No one cares. Unless I'm pushing 100, no one ever cares about what my achievements are.
Hey. We care.
Yeah, you do, but the world at large doesn't. He says he starts hammering away at it. But one day they'll recognize my name. Hopefully before I hit 100. That's a personal goal in mind now. He points the hammer at you. I want to show that I might not be an adult yet. I might be technically an adolescent in their eyes, but I'm going to be better than them.
Well, I wish you luck in this endeavor.
Thanks. Hopefully whatever I work on, you can use to blow that Lupin fucker sky high.
Oh, we can hope. It would be very satisfying to do that, yes.
He starts hammering away again.
Alright, then.
And then... can't think here. Switching once again. Susan. Car?
Susan.
Okay.
Yes.
On the next day, it's been 3 days since Ellison's died. It's the 14th of Elso, still snowing as the roads are starting to, as less travelers are heading in and out as the roads are starting to snow up again, getting closer to midwinter. You wake up, and you hear a sound that you haven't heard in a very long time, in fact.
Oh, really?
It's an instrument that's specific to Tickwell Isle, specifically because the Tickwells were the ones that invented it.
Oh, and what is this instrument?
You hear a piano.
A piano. Oh my. And who's playing this absolutely lovely piano music?
As you get out of bed to figure it out, you kind of roam through the halls, following the echoes.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually you walk into this large room. You're not sure for what purpose, but what you do know is that there's a piano. You see the piano in the room being played, and you see that it's being played by a Lyrian in particular.
Oh, Lyrian.
He seems, his back is to you, and his head seems to be down as he seems to just be playing the piano quietly. Well, he's not. The piano's not being quiet, but he doesn't seem to be making a noise himself.
She'll come over to him, kind of curtsy a bit, rest her hand on the top of the piano. And what in tune exactly is this?
It's a piece that I learned back in my younger years. Mainly, I remember as a mage, magic wasn't everything, and I wanted to do something with my hands. And what's better than that than music? I wasn't a bard, of course, but back in Aether, the Tickwell invented this beautiful piece of work, and I just had to have one, especially since no one has one in Takira. I've had it with me since, even when I came to the east.
Interesting. You play it very well.
He nods, and then he kind of gets really into the rhythm of it as he starts swaying with it. He says, I used to play this every night back in the palace. It was a way to help me relax after the day was done.
That's very important.
Yes. My daughter loved listening to it. I remember she used to sing her little heart out to specific tunes. And then his piano kind of like slows as he as he has a smile on his face. He seems to be remembering fonder days. Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. It's mainly here to help me focus, since there are things I have to do today to help everyone around here. And then kind of pauses his playing. Pauses his playing, as he's like.
Pauses playing. The robot continues though.
I know. This is also his theme on top of that. Anyway.
Oh, nice.
And he looks up at you. How did you sleep? And I hope that our home has been courteous to you these last 3 days.
I slept with a bit of concern. I still truly don't understand you, Varian.
Oh yes, I'm sure I'm an enigma to some. After all, though I'll become even more of one if I ever make it into any history books. But why am I an enigma to you? I thought that I'd be pretty cut and dry at this point.
Starters, you have not yet died, and you have helped me so many times. Well, in the battle, yes.
Yes, as I said, the tattoos do keep me alive, keep helping me heal any wounds that are too grievous that would kill me. Too bad they don't help with the aches and sores and the like. He says he kind of like rubs his hands. But
yes, go on. Sorry.
But it's worth it in the end. But what were you going to say?
I don't know what I was going to say. I do, actually. What is the next letter in your name?
Oh yes. It's been 3 days at this. It's been 4 days at this point, hasn't it? Which means, oh goodness, you'll get to learn my entire name now. Actually.
Oh, interesting.
ELAR.
I'm sure there'll be more after that.
Well, it depends on whether you know my last name or not, though. That's a bit of a hot button name to know.
I think we can just keep it to first names.
Yes. I'd like to hear my name be said at some point again, but I doubt that'll ever be.
One of these. Oh, I think it'll be sooner than you think.
Maybe. Then looks down at the piano again, kind of closing it slowly. Which leads me to think that you might have some deal with Leah, I assume, he says. He doesn't sound accusatory or anything, he just kind of looks up at you with a bit of a smile on his face.
Oh, and... If I were to, per se, have something to do with Leah, what would it be?
Well, her and Virno have both been wanting to rip my head off, figuratively and maybe a bit literally these past few days.
Well, I have been trying to get you in a meeting of the four of us, really. We are the current political heads of this establishment. Well, that, and as well as our commander, Sir Aldwin.
Aldwin needs to rest, I think. The boy's died after all, and he needs time to deal with that. It'll hit him harder than he thinks later.
Then I suppose we should have our meeting as soon as possible, to at least get this out of the way before we deal with Marek. I should let you know, everything I do is in good faith to both you and the town.
Well, he kind of chuckles. Trust me, it'd be better to focus more on the town than on me. I'm just one person. Besides, apparently anyone knew who I was before I came here.
You are one person with an extensive knowledge and history. The one person who is well cultured and well refined. And frankly, you're one person who, even as a mage, truly understands it.
I suppose you're right about that. Well,
That's very hard to come by.
well, I guess someone with my specific history would be hard to find.
I feel like a sorcerer king would be hard to find.
You wouldn't be wrong. The mages do like to make sure that their mages stay out of big country politics, since technically it's our fault for getting the world into this mess in the first place. Bunch of.
So long as you don't abuse your power, which in a mage's case is incredibly hard, it should be fine.
Well, it's less nature and more nurture.
So it may seem.
He then kind of stands. Well, if you'd like to schedule that meeting today, I'd be fine for it.
Why should we go now?
That would work for me. He then kind of just...
She kind of holds out her hand. Yeah, what?
He kind of like looks at the piano one last time and kind of like runs a hand over it before he takes your hand.
Do you happen to know where they are, by any chance?
Well, yeah, if I had to assume, I'd assume both of them are probably at the remnants of what was the meeting hall, probably trying to help fix it up. Verno's probably at his shop at the docks, so we could find them there. If you'd like to get Aldwin, he's most likely home with the others.
I'm not used to that Aldwin person yet. How about you?
I knew the knights that he came from, so seeing him, I see it. I'm familiar with him slightly. He's a good.
How about you?
He's a good person, after all, and I can see where his knightly values are held in his personality.
But as a commander, there's a level of. Would you see him as a politician? I don't see it.
To be quite honest, he could very well become one. I can see it. After all, if you met me back before I became the Sorcerer King, you would have thought the same thing of me. It seems like there's just a switch in a way that just flips on. There might be one for him, or this war might be that switch for him. Or he might go back to being the same old, lovable old one that people know him as.
He's a great soldier and a great general. I'll give him that.
For him to go into politics, he's very stubborn, I'll give him that, but I don't know if he'd be willing to handle that type of responsibility or deal with the muck of it, I suppose. After a while, it just dirties your hands, I think, depending on how you are.
Sometimes your hands have to. Well, not sometimes. A lot of times you have to get your hands dirty to get the right work done.
Yes, but where does it stop, though, is the thing. After a while, you get your hands so dirty that you never know what they're like when they're clean. Or if not that, then you anger someone who dirties their hands to get back at you. They hurt you, you hurt them, and then it's just an endless cycle that goes on until someone stops it or both parties just die.
She pauses for a moment, looks a bit concerned at that statement, and then nods. Well, I think you should go get Aldwin then. I'll get the other two. They're not the hugest fans of you, after all. It'd be best if I grabbed them.
He nods. I wish you luck getting them. I'll go see how Aldwin's doing. And then he he's to head out. Got the snow. He kind of like pulls his head up as the snow gets heavier.
She kind of pulls her coat tighter to, deal with any of the wind. I'll head to Virno and Leah's places that Lyrian thinks they are.
All right. You head to the remnants of the meeting house, and you do see Leah there, kind of like, what she seems to be lecturing some of the new mages that they've conscripted.
I'll just wait for her to stop her lecturing.
Eventually, she does indeed stop, and then sighs as they're let off to go be trained.
Having mage problems, I imagine?
She looks at you. Not problems, just preparing them for the new life they'll be living.
The new life, huh?
Well, they're mages. They have to prepare. They'll have to be taught, and after that, they have to be ready to go back into the world with what they've learned. Not all people are the same after that.
Education is very important.
Especially when it's something that means life or death. She rubs the back of her neck.
Would you like to add any more problems to that list, or would you like to take a break?
Take a break, most likely. I'll leave the others to that. I'd butt my head enough against some people, especially that Steel. Ugh.
Gather Delirium, if you wish, and he's going to get Aldwin to join in on this conversation. We hope to mellow things out between all parties. Don't you wish to know, after all, what it is he's hiding?
I'd like to know why the man who apparently can get rid of what I did to him chooses not to. Yes, doesn't make any sense to me, especially after all that he's done and had.
Well, I wish for the same answer.
Well then, who else do we have to grab then in that case? You said that Lyrian's grabbing Aldwin.
Well, I suppose we have to grab Virno, because he's the only other.
Yes, he's selling at his magic shop, I assume.
And anyone else you deem important. I'd keep the list of 5 people, though. We're not trying to have a ball here.
There's no one else I'd probably bring. No one else really needs to know. The secret Lyrian secrets and the like are only for the upper echelons, and I'm the only one that's that highly qualified currently. Virno's becoming a rising face in the local mages group, though.
So it may seem. Well, I suppose 2 are better than 1 when attacking someone like Virno.
True. Well, let's go get the boy then.
Yes, let's shop. I'll go and grab Virno.
Over at the docks, you see Virno, who appears to be dealing with Dion right now. And he's kind of just staring at him as he's looking at his shop.
Dion!
Anything in particular you need me to get for you, sir? Trevor, you there?
Trevor? Is he texting?
Yeah, sorry. I guess I would inquire about any medical supplies that are needed for the workers at the dock. Given that there's probably an abundance of work and they might be hard pressed to keep up with the demand. So something to increase productivity, I guess, is what I would ask for.
You're gonna want juniper seeds and moss. Mix them together, they make a good adrenaline rush.
Got it.
Anyone getting too tired, just slip that into one of their drinks, and they'll shoot right up. Don't do too much of it though, or else it becomes a adrenaline surge in another way.
Understood. I appreciate your insight, good sir.
No problem. Verno? Oh, hello, Leah. Searson?
Hey, man. A pleasure to meet you. I see you have met Dion as well.
Yes. He was just here looking into some supplies and apologizing for what he said earlier, since apparently that wasn't what he meant.
Oh, he's such a kind man, isn't he?
He glances over at him. Yeah.
I appreciate your kind words, but I simply only do help those around me, as I'm sure they would do for me.
Kinder words were never spoken.
I appreciate the sentiment. Hopefully we can all carry on doing our best to aid one another in our endeavors to end scarcity and suffering in this world.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Verno says, he kind of like looks down at one as he kind of like pulls out a clipboard and starts writing stuff down. So, what can I do for you two? Or one of you, or one of you anyway, he says, glancing up at Searson, making Leo roll her eyes.
I would actually like for you to perhaps answer some questions you may have with Lyrian.
Wonderful! That actually works. I've been meaning to talk to that guy.
Under the condition that my second here comes with.
Leah has to come with.
Well, if not, I suppose you just can hold on to those answers with Lyrian.
Fine, as long as she doesn't torture the guy. Oh, please, I wouldn't do something as whatever. I don't care.
But bringing in Sir Aldwin as well, if that helps.
Yeah, that works. Then I can probably
Just to make sure there's no torturing of any kind.
Good, he says, staring over at Leah before he nods. Where are we meeting him at?
Good question. I suppose at his house. Is that all right with you?
Works for me. Yes, that sounds lovely.
Back home, then.
And switching over to Aldwin.
Aldwin.
There's a knock at your door.
Aldwin, he stepped away from the kitchen counter where he was working. Stopping to slight reflex and looks at the bottle of wine sitting on the counter, but then he turns away and walks over to the door. Open it.
And Lyrian's out there, kind of like standing in the snow that's getting heavier. Hello, Aldwin.
Come on, get in. Get out of the cold. Come on.
It's more of a quick thing.
Even a quick thing. Come on, get in here. The heat's getting out.
He nods and he walks inside, pulling his hood off. Hey, Lyrian. Oh, Grayo, well, yeah, that's me. Nice to meet you. Same to you. He kind of like says, he waves over to Leonardo too. Leonardo isn't really good with strangers, so he kind of like just shyly waves back before going back to what he was doing before. And then he looks over at you and he says, yes, well, Searson, Leah, and Verno would like to have a meeting with me, and they would like you to be included as well. Just to iron out some details. I know I told you to take a break, and you're welcome to decline if you wish, but I just wanted to see if you were up for it at all. He says he kind of like glances around your house, your tree house.
And when he glances around, he'll find a minimally it's decorated, but it's like minimally decorated
Mm-hmm.
Like the kind of the transient is that the 4 residents had before coming to Leowin is still being shaken out of them.
Mm.
And well, over in the corner, you see a small shrine to a handful of elven gods, and then right further upstairs, there's what looks to be a bed sheet that is halfway crawled down the stairway.
Mm. He nods and he kind of like just notes them and then just looks over at you for your answer.
What's the details of this meeting, or rather, do Grio and Leonardo need to be within earshot of this?
It's just talking about them prodding me for questions, you making sure that they don't kill me for it, whatever they find out. And also, well, you are technically the military commander, so...
I imagine I'm also doing some fact-checking also on them, in case they say anything about you.
No, I think that the best fact-checking would technically be me, but you're welcome to see who's lying if you wish. There's going to be plenty of arguments either way, especially between me and Leah. That has some history.
He groans at the mention of the Mage Hunter. I can put up with Steel, even with both him being a mercenary and me being a knight. I can put up with him, but the Mage Hunter, on the other hand, she just gets under my skin every time I see her.
She literally got under mine, so we're in the same boat there. As I said before, you're welcome to stay if you wish.
Give me a second.
Alright.
Yeah. He'll step over to the kitchen and, well, not Lyrian, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Probably watching Aldwin go over. He just sees the countertop is a complete bloody mess.
Of food or of bottles? Of food or of bottles?
Of food, of particularly like a deer that he wasn't able to butcher properly before all this whole crap show happened.
I'm guessing it's still been able to keep fresh because you seasoned it and stuff to make sure that it doesn't rot.
Us.
Nice.
He Alden quickly wraps it up. He wipes it down, and then he takes a small sip straight from the wine bottle and corks that and puts it up.
All right.
Well, even if I'm just listening in, I should at least be aware of whatever shit show is about to go down.
A massive storm, I think would be more precise.
So should we stop by the general store and see if they have any liquor still left, so both of us can take bets on how many shots we need to take later on for the crap show that's about to happen?
I wouldn't recommend it because I would literally drink you under the table since alcohol doesn't have an effect on me anymore.
Oh, come on.
I
agree.
Otherwise, I think Andraste is spending time with her family, right now, as it were. She seemed to be as shaken as the rest of you, and from what it looks like, to be frank, I don't think she'll be returning to join your group in particular. I think she decided after your death and Ellison's that she would not be able to deal with that.
Oh, let me put my cloak on. I forgot to get that mage's shot, but I can do that tomorrow or another day.
Well, you'll get to talk to Verno while you're there, so maybe you'll get to see what he has.
True. Oh, Verno is going to be there?
That's the other one. Him and Leah. They both have questions.
Alright. Well, then afterwards I'll corner him and see if he can do a sending thing for me or whatnot. I don't know.
Got it. Alright, let's go. He says as
All right.
he says as the two of you kind of leave and walk into the heavy, what's quickly become like. So it's been snowing for 3 days straight. It's been getting heavier each day. Maybe like a foot of snow, maybe. At least a foot. This is the
Yeah, at least a foot.
This is the coast, so So you guys are ground zero for a lot of the weather.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
So you guys are kind of like roughing it through the snow right now.
Oh, we're not, doing the Elvish thing where we're like standing on top of the snow.
Oh yeah, that is a wait. Is that a thing in D&D?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, technically, since Aldrin's a wood elf, he would disappear on Lyrian for brief moments.
You guys just notice it as the two of you walk back. I'm gonna switch real quick because I'm gonna switch to get a few more people. Tate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the third day. Foot of snow is outside, and you're kind of just staring at it like, really?
It's snowing.
Yeah, it's been snowing for 3 days straight, and it's up to a foot of snow at this point.
No.
And you see your sister scrambling and like, I hate snow. It's too cold. Which makes sense because both of you are fire-based Dragonfarer.
Yeah, he's just like glaring at the snow, like, what the hell?
Ugh. Why did you choose to go to the East Coast of all places, especially when it's close to being cold?
I don't mind the cold if it doesn't like mess with work, but right now it does.
You don't like the cold unless it's Whitney warming you up.
Shut up.
She has a grin on her face.
Anyway, did you find out anything?
Yeah, I found their encampment.
Oh, what?
I found their encampment.
Where is it?
About I want to say 2 hours north of here. Wanted to take you with me so you and me can scope it out.
Okay. We can do that.
The Severin siblings back at it again.
If only Amy was here.
I think if Amy was here, she'd punch you.
Okay, but after?
Then probably hug you and cry.
At least I would hope so.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen that much of her. I actually don't see that much of her some days. She's always working.
Of course, classic Amy.
Yeah, someone had to take over.
Is Mom doing all right?
Mom, she still misses you a lot. To be honest, some days I wonder whether the people looking for you are her, or sometimes I wonder whether the people looking for you in the group is her or Amy's people.
He doesn't really say anything. He's just staring out the window.
But if you want to ever let them know, that's up to you. I won't say anything about it.
Thanks, sis.
No problem. Don't forget to talk to your girl about that though before you do it.
God, if you weren't my sister, I would punch you right now.
You're my brother and I still punch you, so what does that say?
It says a lot. And he gets his stuff ready.
and then she gets ready too, and the two of you head out.
Okay.
Thankfully, it doesn't take 2 hours for you two to get there because thanks to her Horizon Walker abilities, the two of you are able to find a nice little magical area to teleport right to near the encampment.
Oh, we teleported?
Yeah, she's able to find a spot where the world kind of like folds in on itself in a way. You two go through this gateway made out of trees that kind of just brings you to the spot.
Okay.
You kind of feel a little lethargic after you walk through, like, oh, like you gotta hold your stomach.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of like, oh, sorry, I forgot to warn you about that.
It's all good.
And the two of you, and then she kind of like kneels into some bushes and she motions for you to follow.
Okay.
And eventually the two of you are able to find a massive encampment filled with red armored warriors. And she's like, just look at all of them. What are these guys even? Looking into these guys, apparently they're from a country that's next to Hanak, but I can't figure out why they're here. Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
She said, I can't figure out why these guys are all here, especially with so many of them. Must be getting paid for something.
How many are out there?
Seems like, from what you can tell, there seems to be a couple hundred of them.
Couple hundred?
Yeah, maybe like hundreds, maybe like 500 about.
Okay.
She kind of looks at them. There's not many of them, but they still pack a punch. And she kind of like looks over to one corner of the encampment, and you see them like executing a fire elemental and kind of like coating one of the weapons in it. And as soon they kind of coating one of the weapons in it, and it lights on fire before they put it into its scabbard, which puts its flame out.
All right.
Jeez, these guys got a big operation going on.
Yeah, the one that they was able to take down our town. Well, try to anyway.
Yeah. I wonder what's... And then that's when you notice the wind picking up.
Mm-hmm.
It gets colder. It gets really cold now as the wind's blowing harder than it should be.
Okay.
And it kind of blinds both of your visions for a moment as like Faye grabs hold of you just to make sure that you're close by. And that's when you hear what sounds like a roar. A dragon roar, to be precise.
Mm.
And then you start hearing the screams of the dying.
Okay.
And the wind stops for a brief moment, and you see that the town is being ravaged. It seems like parts of the camp are completely frozen over into iceberg-like shapes. People frozen completely. Others cleaved into pieces.
Oof, okay.
Okay. She takes out a bow. I think we should figure out what the heck that was.
It's probably a cousin. He kind of jokes.
Well, let's go meet the new family.
Where we drop it? So where we going?
All right. The two of you proceed to slide down the hill you were on top of, kind of like riding down the snow. You hear Faye give a bit of a whee as you slide down.
Mm-mm.
So you head into the camp, and yeah, the devastation's even worse. You see men like with horrified looks on their faces. They're frozen solid. Other ones who seem to be carved in two, then frozen. Some of them seem to have chunks out of their head as if something bit on them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just nothing but death and devastation as you guys are walking through this camp.
Okay.
As you get further in, you reach what appears to be the command tent, and suddenly it bursts upward as a iceberg just shoots high into the sky, knocking the tent into the air.
An iceberg?
Yeah, well, an ice shard. Also, I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's alright.
About to say happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you!
Happy B-Day.
Yes. That.
I'm playing Minecraft. No. I'm playing D&D with my friends.
Yo, this is fucking spooky.
It do be.
It really do be. So, anyways, how do you like your new
Oh.
promotion, Terrence?
Wait, is this supposed to be in character?
No. This is not a character. How is
It
Terrence?
can be in character if you want it to be.
I mean, I guess it's gonna be interesting trying to run it by himself.
I thought I'd let you in on that news before it happens very randomly.
Yes, that would probably be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Yes.
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 What's up, B?
Yes, that.
Are you prepared?
Ready?
More like Rebby.
Oh my god. I am Rebby. Oh shit.
Shit's wild up here.
What happened?
Just the drums in here going boom. It was nice timing. The drums in here going boom. They make the bass noise.
They do the bass drop. Does it have the bassoon though?
Asking the real questions here.
That's the real question. I
Gotta
said
have
I want the
some
real questions.
wah.
They got me looking for the real question.
Hey, Terrence. Or Norm, sorry.
Yes.
Here's a would you rather. Would you rather own a transatlantic yacht or a penthouse in a city of your choosing? Both are crewed and staffed when and where necessary. And yeah.
Oh,
Which one would you
shit.
take?
Damn. Wait, what's a penthouse exactly?
It's basically like imagine an apartment building, except that it's the one it's like the big apartment at the top of a good building in like a city or something. It's like very big.
Damn.
And yeah, in a city of your choosing, if you choose that one.
Well, I think probably the yacht, because I wouldn't be able to decide where to put the the penthouse.
Nice. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'd probably go
Also,
yacht
traveling
too.
is fun.
Oh yeah, it's very fun. I missed it.
Not that I've done much of it, to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Greece once.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Where?
Athens mainly. I remember there being a lot of graffiti there.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I visited a few temples, but they were walled off, basically, or fenced off. Couldn't go in them, which was disappointing, but understandable considering all the graffiti and everything.
Yeah, and I mean, it's generally a more like don't touch the thing
Yeah.
policy. There's actually I remember a bunch of ruins where you can touch them and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So yeah, nice.
Actually,
mhm.
yeah?
Oh, you talk.
No, you go.
I actually expected you to say some island or something.
Yeah, Greece is just one of the countries that I've visited or lived. Well, yeah, visited. I've lived in a few.
Damn, like.
While I was visiting Greece, I was actually living in Turkey, next door neighbor.
Oh, really?
Yep. Good times. If you ever go to Turkey, like when it's safer, I highly recommend visiting Cappadocia.
Oh, alright.
Yeah,
Wait.
if you end up remembering that.
Cappadocia.
Yes. Cappadocia.
Shit. I don't remember where exactly that is.
It's like a few hours ride out of Ankara. Basically,
Okay.
imagine like sandy mountains, except that the sand is actually rock, and they're like underground cities and stuff like that.
Shit,
And there's
that's
even a hotel in the mountains, like literally in them. It's great.
Damn. So what were you doing in Turkey? Was it like...
My dad was working in the foreign service for the U.S. So basically, he worked at the embassy in Ankara and wherever other country he was posted in. So yeah.
Oh, is that why you said you've lived in a few countries?
Mm-hmm.
That's so rad. Not gonna lie.
Thanks. I've tried not to say that too much because I feel like people would probably get annoyed. Like, oh yeah, yes, we know you lived in all these countries, blah blah blah.
I don't know who that meant. Like, I wouldn't get annoyed at that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Car.
Me
Of
neither.
course, buddy. I'd just be like, bro, just tell me where to eat, bro.
Well,
asking the important.
I guess in terms of cuisine, I really love the rice pudding in Turkey. It's very good, the way they make it. That's my recommendation for Turkey. Also baklava,
Also
definitely
kebabs.
baklava,
Oh,
and
shit.
kebabs.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also agree.
As for Japan, ramen, of course. But if you were to get the place I'd recommend getting ramen is in Hokkaido. It's the northern island of Japan, in Sapporo.
Isn't it really cold there?
In the winter, yes, so cold that they have big ice festivals there.
Ice festival.
Like ice sculptures that are 2 or 3 stories high.
Oh my god, that's something.
It definitely is. But yeah, when I was visiting there, I had probably the best ramen I've ever had there. So that is my recommendation.
I see.
Mm-hmm. I also just remembered a little something that happened to my dad while we were in Greece. We were visiting we were using the metro to travel around Athens, and someone tried to pickpocket my dad.
Oh my god. Yeah. I actually happen to live in what I believe is one of the worst train stations in Athens.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's got a shitty aqua bathroom tile.
Oh gosh.
Kind of thing going on.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that reminds me of when I was on a road trip in Turkey, there was a bathroom where you had to pay to use it.
Like an outdoors bathroom or something?
Hey, Roxy.
Hi.
Hey, Roxy.
Oh, hi, Roxy.
Hey, Keith, can you send me the Foundry link?
Keith
No,
is
Foundry.
here, and we're not using Foundry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's saying happy B-Day to his sister.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, we required him to say that we said happy birthday to. So yeah.
It was a demand.
Yeah.
Oh
Keith had no choice in the matter.
Today was very tiring and a little painful.
Yeah, I feel that.
It was very busy at the store. I was wearing these shoes that fucking sucked and made my feet hurt even worse. And this one lady who not only refused to wear her mask, but when we told her to leave, she came back a second time and she was like, under article blah blah blah, this is obstructing my religious rights, and I believe that God will heal me, so I don't need a mask. And I'm just like,
I would have been sorry, but you're too insignificant for God to heal you personally.
I can just give you a disposable mask. And she's like, no, they choke me. And I'm like, blah, blah, blah. And she's just blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever you think it says, we still have the right to refuse anybody we want to come in the store. And she's like, well, I just won't be a customer here then. I was like,
okay.
Okay.
Dude, we're earning great money right now. We don't need a Karen in the store. Fuck off.
No Karens in the store.
No Karens in my store will be tolerated.
Hey Norm, what's the Greek version of a Karen?
What do you call a really prissy bitch in Greek.
We don't have a word for it, but it's basically the same. Okay.
Yeah, because in England they have Margaret.
Margaret.
Really?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wait, Norm.
Is
Can
it
you just
from
say, "Can I
Thatcher?
speak to your manager in Greek"?
Okay, one second. Μπορώ να μιλήσω στον υπεύθυνο σου.
Now say it in like that tone where it's like you're an entitled tone, and that
Okay.
sort of attitude. Yeah.
Shit.
No pressure. Sorry. Sorry. I'm so tired.
Μπορώ να μιλήσω στον υπεύθυνό σας.
That works. Yep.
I love that. That was great. That made me happy. Wait, so what are we doing? What do I miss? What's happening?
So far the
Just
Sorcerer King is
Sorcerer King?
yeah, he's basically going around and comforting everyone because, you know, the battle during that last battle we lost 2 of our party members who were near and dear to our hearts. So, yeah.
Oh wait, I thought we resurrected one of them.
Yeah, we resurrected Aldwin, and he's dealing with you know, having been dead, getting rest and all that. And yeah, meanwhile, I'm waiting for my sister's resurrection. So yeah, fun stuff.
Yeah, and fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Just waiting for the paperwork to get filed in.
Yeah,
You are the father.
exactly.
Oh my god.
Ah, god damn it.
Yeah, Norm is doing his bard thing. I wonder how many times he's heard "You
Fix
are the
that.
father."
Yeah.
That noise. No. Fuck. How are you?
I'm good.
Waiting for my DM to say happy birthday.
Cookie, I have something funny that happened like near the end.
This is
Or what?
Okay, so like as I was like sitting kind of like trying to get off my feet for a second, my mom texted me and it was this picture of Toga from MHA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like she was fanning her under boob or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, Mom, no. And it was like and she's like, I like it. And I'm like, no, that character is crazy.
Wow.
We've been crazy.
And I'm like, as I'm telling my other friend this, she's like, I'm surprised you said it because Toga's crazy, not because of the underboob thing. And I'm like, well, I mean, it's just my mom's weird sense of humor and also relatable because I also have big titty, which sucks, honestly. Underboob sweat is like the worst thing ever. Not really, but it's up there.
I can't relate.
I have returned. Shoot.
But I'll send you the picture.
Who missed me?
I'll send it to you.
Say it in character for once and we'll... Please.
No, wait, we gotta wait. It's gotta be a slow burn and actual.
I know. Also, so my sister said thank you for saying happy birthday.
Aw.
See, we told you she'd like it. It's fine.
Oh, shut up.
Awesome.
Excuse me while I roll my eyes. Anyway. Note to self, look through this recording later and see what was said.
No! Delete it!
we all talk shit about it, yeah.
Look, I'm so behind on these videos that it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while before I actually see this.
Which also, you still need to post the video where Decilo reunites with Dread. I was about to say Debris, and I'm like, that's Odette's dad. That's nice.
Okay, so welcome back. Welcome, Roxy.
Hi.
I kind of wish you got here before Tate left, but I'll come to you in a bit.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm not blaming you or anything. Don't worry about that. I'm sorry if it sounded like that.
Wait, what?
Nothing. I was just apologizing for sounding like that. That's not how I meant it to sound.
I don't know what you mean, but okay.
Anyway, okay, leading up. So, giant ice fire shot out of the command tent. Tate and Faye are there, and as you see it shoot up, you see one figure standing in the middle, standing where the tent used to be. It's a large, draconic-looking figure who has this katana stabbed into the body of what appears to be the leader of the Flame Guard, of this branch of Flame Guard.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
And
I've been impaled.
And he stands, and that's when you realize that he stands at 9 feet tall.
Damn, tall boy.
And he has what appears to be an icy left arm, like his entire left arm is made out of what appears to be frost magic. And a glaive is in his left arm, in his left hand, leaning against his shoulder, before he kind of like turns around. And you see that this is a race that you haven't seen, that you've actually never seen because they only exist out where dragons are. They're known as the Firebrand.
Oh, okay.
The Firebrand.
But he does the ice thing. How can he be a firebrand?
He has you see that he has pure white scales, probably signifying his ice heritage. And he just takes a step forward. He rips his katana out of the body, and he kind of like takes a step towards you.
Wait, does he see us?
Yeah, he sees you.
Oh.
More rats. And then his left arm kind of disappears along with the glaive as he kind of like swings the katana, getting the blood off of it. Not Flame Guard though. And then he looks between you, and then he kind of like cocks his head to the side, and he says in Draconic, Draconic. Oh crap! You hear Faye like kind of whisper.
Wait, hold up. This guy killed the fire guard. He could like roll with us though.
He could. And he takes another step forward and he says, "Tell me your name."
Tate like steps forward a little bit and says his name in Draconic.
Tate Severin, huh? And he looks over at the other one. He looks over at your sister. He says, "Faye Severin."
Hey, did you do all this by yourself?
Yes, indeed, I did. They were in the way. An annoyance, actually. Plus, I needed to get a little bit of fight in. You, where are you from?
At a small town called Ellison. Not a big deal.
As soon as you say the name Leowin, he kind of like grits his teeth for a moment, and he kind of like narrows his eyes, and you hear a low growl start to come from him. Leowin. And his left arm reappears with the glaive in hand.
Wait, his arm came back?
His left arm reappears with glaive in hand as his wings kind of like unfurl.
What's wrong with Leowin?
The man who cut my arm off has that name.
Wait, really? It's just the town. The whole town didn't cut your arm off.
No, but if it's named after him, then he's there. And you... He points the point of the glaive at you. You know him.
Wait, out of character, do I? Yeah, I do, right?
Darrow Leowin is the... You know Darrow Leowin, and you know his undead son, Gawain Leowin.
But I don't know the actual Leowin, right?
Yeah, you do know that Darrow founded the town, though.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know that guy. I'm being perfectly honest here.
What Oh wait, no. You're saying that you don't know the guy who cut his arm off.
Yeah, I don't know the guy who cut his arm off.
Okay. You're not lying there. So he's gonna kind of like look at you, and then he takes a deep. Then he steps forward again. He walks straight up in front of you, and then he looks you in the eye and he says, and then he just starts laughing. Oh, I see. The embers of war are setting deep in you. I recognize that look well. And then kind of like looks. He then kind of like takes a pause. Ember. That's what I'll call you.
Why? I just told you my name.
Yeah, bitch, my name is Tate.
How long has the Dracon set its talons in you exactly?
So that kind of like struck a nerve. He ain't saying nothing.
No,
Wait, what did he say?
how long has the Dracon been stuck in you? It stuck its talons in you, and he asks, "Oh, you must have heard it before. That growling voice, like a dragon, telling you to hurt those who have tried to take your hoard. I assume."
How do you know of it?
Because I was once taken by the very same thing. And if you're not careful, you'll kill everyone you hold dear when that thing takes hold of you forever. And it's getting harder to control it, I bet. Every time you fight, every time you kill, you love the taste of it. You can't stop. Am I correct? And the one thing that can hold you back, it's starting to lose its effect, isn't it?
He like looks away and still doesn't say anything.
Take my advice, Ember. You'd best learn to control that, or else you will indeed lose everything you hold dear. He says his left arm disappears again.
Are you from here or nearby?
No, I'm from the homeland of Voldraconics, the far west. We used to call it the Resian homeland, but too many people fight over it now. I used to be a mercenary. Now I just wander, honing my talents where I can, looking for the one who took my arm.
And I'm guessing these fire guards were in your way.
An annoyance. An annoyance from what I heard. They attacked Leolin, and even the thought of them possibly taking my kill annoyed me. So I dealt with them in the only way I knew how.
Right.
Why do you ask? He says he sheaths his katana on his back. You see the sheath for his katana is like on his waist, horizontal, as he kind of like slides it in behind him.
Well, my group were going to take care of them once we scouted the location, but it seems like you already dealt with that.
Yeah, I don't know if they have any other encampments elsewhere, but I could care less at the moment. Your group, you must have done something you must have pissed someone off in order to get the flame guard on your tail.
Not that I'm aware of, but they did fuck shit up, and I hate it.
I'm sure. On top of that, would you mind helping us fight against some goblinoids on top of that? Faye kind of cuts in. Goblinoids? Sheedlin looks back at you, Tate. So you're the ones that have caused a bunch of goblins to come down here. Yeah.
No, they just ambushed us.
Well, at the very least, it seems like you're getting in their way. That'd be a mighty fine battle to have against them.
You could join us. We have the same enemy.
He looks down at you, Tate, and he kind of like has a smoke on his face. He has a smoke on his face. I'd like that indeed, but I'll go there for 3 reasons. 1, the fight. 2, to find the Leowen I'm looking for, and 3, well, to make sure that you don't turn out like me.
Thanks. I always wanted a dad.
That's not. Trust me, I'd be even less of that. At the very least, hopefully the Drakon doesn't take one of us. Well, it can never take me again. Only something else.
Right. Okay. Well, we're going. Wait, I want to actually. Can we like scout? We look over the place, see if they have anything valuable or something.
Go ahead.
I want to search.
All right. Roll. How do you want to look for this?
In terms of skill.
Like describe it to me, because I'm trying to figure out which skill I want to use, whether it's perception or investigation.
It's a camp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or an encampment.
Yeah.
Yep. I guess I'll just search through their like tents and stuff and dig around it and see if there's any like important documents or anything.
All right. Roll
gold.
Roll investigation.
Okay. Yeah. Wait, can I get advantage? Because I want Faye to help me out.
Yeah, she'll help you out.
Okay. Ass. That is an unnatural 20.
All right, with an unnatural 20, you find another 3,000 gold.
3,000.
From what it appears like, this appears to be part of the payment that the Flame Guard got for dealing with Leowen.
Okay.
Particularly, you found all of this. Give me a second here.
Dang, all of that?
Mm-hmm. Scattered throughout the camp.
Ooh, okay. So and all that's worth the 3,000 gold?
No, or... just the coins are worth the 3,000 gold. Almost 4,000.
Okay. Can I keep some of the gems? Like, well, I just want like 2.
You're welcome to keep the gems. Yes. After all, it's only you and Faye looking for them.
Okay.
Pretty.
But that's it. No documents or anything.
You also, well, I just wanted to get that out the way first. You also find a document that says proof of purchase, basically.
Oh, what?
Congratulations, folks! You've actually been paid. Looks like we're going to be dealing with a town known as Leowen. It continues to be. Looks like this is what you're reading from it.
Okay.
So you notice that. Thank you for doing business with the Fire Guard TM.
The Flame Guard TM, and then it also seems like it's notes from like the commandant too. All right, boys, we're dealing with the town known as Leowen, from what it looks like. Small village, getting up some refugees and stuff. Someone pissed them off enough to where we have to go after them. So here's the deal: a lot of refugees pouring in. So we're gonna give them a lot of our barrels of flame of elemental ash. They'll set the town ablaze. We go in, we kill everybody. We grab the target. We head back out. Remember, this is the guy we're looking for. Make sure that he isn't too damaged. We want to make sure we get him in one piece. And below that, you see a sketch of what appears to be Lyrian.
Oh, really? Dang.
Mm-hmm. And then you see another note saying, "Also, be on the lookout for any of the shadow elves. I've heard they've been scouting around the area more. If you see one, make sure it's not the one they're looking for, and take them out. If it is, run like hell."
Oh. Okay. Can I wanna put that in like my pocket so I can give it to. Well, I can show the group and also give it to Lyrian.
All right, you pocket it, and you see your sister scooping all the loot into a chest before picking it up. Oh,
You're gonna have a good time with that, aren't you?
Yeah. Look, at this point, you guys might as well build your castle with all the money you guys are getting. I don't know if that's even enough at this point. Seeing how much a castle costs.
All right, where's that firebrand dude?
You hear another scream, and then you hear the sound of something getting ripped in half. I think he's over there.
Great.
And and you do indeed find him near what's left of a flame guard that's been ripped in half. Ugh.
I'm sorry. When did Tate's sister show up?
3 sessions ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Don't worry, you'll get to talk to her.
Okay.
And he says, "So, are you done with your business?"
Yep. Let's go.
Wonderful. Well, lead the way, he says, motioning you guys to lead the way with his one arm.
All right. And we go.
All right, the 3 of you fly off, since all 3 of you have wings.
We got wings. Yeah, right. Yeah, I forgot.
And you once again find that little folding in space and teleport back to Leowin, and it's only been about 30 minutes.
30 minutes, really?
Hmm?
Huh.
And
okay.
And you guys reappear, you guys head back to town, and you see, and then he pauses for a moment, he says, "Oh, I never did tell you my name now, did I?"
Nope.
He then kind of like crosses his one arm across his chest. Takeshi Shimo.
Takeshi Shimo?
Mm-hmm.
Takeshi.
Okay.
I instantly love this person.
Then takes a deep breath. I can smell him. But I'll leave that until after the Golenoids are dealt with.
Cool.
Well, I'll leave you to your business.
Alright. See you around, I guess.
He nods and immediately seems to be finding the nearest place to drink. You do notice a lot of people just kind of like staring at him as he passes by, like, "Oh my god.
Who the fuck is he?"
Who
is this dude?
You and Faye head back to the bakery, and that's when you see that Whitney's manning the desk.
Oh, Tate, you're back.
Also, by the way, it's been 3 days since Ellison's death. It's now the 14th of Elso, and there's about a foot of snow on the ground.
Oh. But yeah. I'm like, she seems a little like tired, like because of the whole mourning process. But other than that, she's like still her little self.
Hey, you know, you can close the shop up, right? If you're tired.
Oh no, I'm doing just fine.
Are you sure? You've been working hard all day.
Oh yes, but I mean, I guess now that you're here.
Faye kind of gives you like wiggly eyes, Tate, before she sets the chest down.
He like rolls his eyes.
Hey, Whitney.
Does Takeshi come into the store?
Oh no, he decided to head off somewhere else, but it doesn't take long before word does spread of this giant draconic looking figure hanging around town.
So have I heard about it, or are you guys gonna tell me?
Oh, I'll tell her. Yeah, just met this firebrand guy. He's gonna help us with town and stuff.
Oh. Very good.
Yeah, he's kind of weird, but you know.
I'm a little weird too.
But you're a good weird.
No. But it's been very slow today. Oh, because of the snow.
Ugh, I know.
It's too cold.
It's cold. But I'm not wearing my booties because I'm not outside.
Good, and you shouldn't be.
Oh, nice one, though. Your Faye mutter something, Tate.
What'd she say?
Or perception.
Oh my.
I'm also going to do that.
Oh my god.
My perception is ass.
Let me see. How ass am I?
Both of your perceptions suck, I'm pretty sure.
+4. It's not that bad.
15.
12.
Oh my god. Okay. Maybe we'll stealth her, actually.
Wait, what the fuck did she say?
What did he say?
Oh no! So both of you heard it. Okay, so yours be clear. Okay, so I'm gonna message you to this.
Oh my god.
Y'all. You. Oh boy.
Wow, Faye, really?
I didn't know your sister was living.
Tate is like, I'm gonna hit you right now. Get out.
Fine. I'm leaving. Man, you speak the truth, and everyone wants to hang you for it.
Goodbye, Faye.
Fine. She walks out. Wait, what'd she say? Old man Uo kind of says as he's kind of like sitting at his usual booth.
No, none of your business, Uwo.
Okay.
Uwo?
Also, Uo is an old elderly elf who hangs out at your bakery shop and the nearby well.
Wait, what race did you say he was?
An old elderly elf, which no one understands how he gets elderly as an elf.
Yeah, that makes no sense, but okay. And I'm like, and Whitney just kind of like looks at her butt and shakes her tail a bit, and she's like, I don't understand.
And then Tate kind of like blushes, like, I'm gonna go somewhere.
There's a chest
Your
nearby.
face is red. Did you get hot?
No, I'm fine, Whitney. I go upstairs. Bye.
There's still a chest full of money.
A chest full of money.
There's still the chest full of money. You see Tate just pick up this chest, and you see her jingling inside of it as he takes it up as he takes it upstairs.
Wait, I want to pull a ducktails. I want to swim in it.
No, later.
I want to swim in it.
Whitney, no.
Okay, fine. Woo.
Well, Faye just complimented Whitney in a specific area and then got kicked out by Tate, so. Jeez. Now I'm going to switch once again, I think. And this time. Okay, what do I want to do this time? Oh. Kaladin, you have to go over to the alchemy shop to pick up a new acid for armor that Veneer's making.
Alright, off to the alchemists.
And you hear a explosion inside as Ragus and Terrence are not at work as usual.
I was literally expecting an explosion. Typical daily life here.
Gar, you there?
Bye, Car.
Ha. Basically, you and Ragus are working away at another alchemical solution, and it blew up as Kaladin comes in.
Oh. Classic timing.
Yes, I see it's another typical day here.
Always good, sir.
Very much so.
Yes. I've come to
Very much so.
I've come to pick up some acid for my brother's project. Would you happen to have any?
Would we happen to have any?
Fair point.
Did you make any today, Ragus?
Sure, why not? I mean, why would I not?
Wait, I just realized. Rainier has an alchemy jug. He could make the acid.
He's literally.
Oh, wow. Okay, never mind.
He's kicking you out of the house for a reason. You want some time alone to work on his stuff without you looking over him.
He already used it for mustard today.
Yeah, he
so...
already. Yeah, you saw that he had like a bunch of gallons of mustard, and you're just like, why?
It will help with the cleaning, sir. Yes. All right then. What acid would you recommend for a project that an artificer would be working on?
Armor.
Or did Rainier give me a specific one?
What project is it?
He needs it for casting armor.
Acid that would help with casting armor.
Well, what's it made from?
Elven steel.
Elven steel, of course.
Of course.
Elven steel.
They can't get their hands on that mithril, so they got to get something else.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll get mithril sooner or later.
Is it like the cheap knockoff mithril?
Yeah, but it's still pretty good.
It's the expensive knockoff.
Okay,
So, yeah,
well,
that's what we're
maybe
working
we
with.
do have some of that. I'll go see at the storage room,
All right then.
and then he just goes there.
Ragus, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm just wondering how my new manager is going to help out the
Oh,
situation. Mm-hmm.
new manager, I see.
Ah, yes. He has expressed interest in running a company, so I thought I'd give him this as a start.
Well, that's very generous of you. Quite generous.
Quite generous indeed. So I'm just wondering how he's going to handle it around here.
I guess we'll find out. And I assume you'll be opening up shop somewhere else?
Yes.
If you're just giving one shop away?
I'm thinking I might move a bit up north. They could use
Where
an alchemy shop up there. I don't know, somewhere north.
All right.
I don't
then.
look at specifics. Specifics look at me.
Ah, of course they do. I wouldn't think anything less of specifics than you.
Of course, of course.
Yes.
Terrence.
Okay, so Terrence comes back with like a kind of triangular flask with a clear liquid in it.
Well, that
And,
looks quite potent.
Well, I guess I avoided smelling it. You probably should too.
I have no plans on smelling it. Rainier, though, I can't promise anything. He likes his
Well.
acids from time to time.
Well, I guess if it's your thing, this will be. I don't know how much this costs.
Yo, Keith, how much does a vial of Elven Steel acid cost?
50 gold per vial.
50 gold?
That's actually how much acid actually costs, I think.
Alright. I'll go
But-
from 149
But
to...
Terrence can raise that price
99.
however he wants. The base is 50. He can raise it if he wants.
Knowledge, just go with 50.
Thank you.
I would have actually died if he increased it to like 100. I would have been like Terrence making Ragus proud.
King Ragus proud, but of course he won.
Maybe some other
Failure!
bystander.
Oh my goodness.
Alright, here's 50 gold.
Tree fitty.
Tree fitty.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We need to split up the gold from the goblin loot.
Let's not even begin on that. Let's be honest. You guys are.
I know, I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of like, that was literally like a third of what I had.
Oh my goodness. And with that, you grab the acid. And I assume you head back?
Well, after wishing them, the two lads, a fine day, I'll be off to deliver this acid. When did I turn into an errand boy?
You kind of run into Aldwin and Lyrian as you're heading back.
Well, hello. How are you recovering, Aldwin?
I imagine the venison I was butchering a little bit ago is the Nathan bastard, and that made me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, that would tend to make one feel better.
Nathaniel,
Oh, don't worry.
You notice, like, on his cheek, there's still like a speckle of deer blood.
Should I? I'm not even gonna point that out. Oh, great.
I am, but honestly though, first evening back, I defeated like 3 bottles of wine, and between me and Reverus, and basically I was able to hide away from my squires for a little bit, and yeah, and then in the morning after, I started to feel a little bit better. Still got a couple things I want. Still got a couple things I want to do, but apparently Lyrian, he like slaps Lyrian in the gut with his hand.
He doesn't react, and he just looks at you.
Well, I meant to startle you. He turns and looks at him. Come on.
That doesn't.
At
Unfortunately,
least play along.
Ow, he says.
There we are.
Very hamming it up.
As I clap.
He kind of rolls his eyes.
Maybe after all this is over, you could take up a career in acting and become a local thespian.
I'm pretty sure there would be 1,000 people after my head if I ever came out as a famous actor.
Just change up the look and stuff, and go by a different name or something, and maybe we're a hunchback. And
What, the Hunchback? The Hunchback of Hanak?
Yes.
That sounds like horrible. That sounds like a play that ends with
Put a wig on.
that sounds like a play that ends with a dark ending with me tackling someone off a bridge, off a cathedral to be
You'll be
exact.
Oh my
You'll
god.
be back.
It's too brute.
Jesus. Anyway, I assume that your brother needs the acid there.
Yeah, he's having me running errands. Didn't know when I was reduced to an errand boy, but alas, here I am.
What did he use the
He
entire?
just needs to get high as fuck.
What did he use?
Exactly.
What did he use the entire alchemy jug on? I remember specifically him finding that because I remember the others mentioning it to me.
Well,
Do not tell me he
Let's
used it
just-
all on mayonnaise.
well, you're not exactly wrong.
Oh man.
The fact that magic allows that to be a specific feature sometimes worries me about the state of where magic is going.
I guess he was just really hungry and needed some, sustenance.
I
Mayo,
think
Mayo, please tell him not to do that again.
I think I may know the story behind that.
Yeah, it's a common fable amongst mage students.
Well, I thought it was the barbarian story where a Goliath barbarian was sitting in an inn with an alchemy jug and he wanted mayonnaise, so he started scooping it out. Isn't that the story?
What I've heard, yeah.
There was a similar one where two wizards were dared to pull something specific. So two mages made a bet. One mage lost the bet, and he had to make a sandwich for the other person. The mages were male and female respectively. The female was the one who had to make the sandwich. I don't know what the point of that was, but but apparently that's a thing over in human lands. Anyway, so the
Holy
mage
shit.
gets an alchemy jug, and pours what looks like mayo out of it. However, when the other mage takes a bite out of it, he soon discovers that it wasn't mayo.
Oh.
It was another sticky white substance that you could easily confuse for mayo, apparently.
Ah. I wonder.
Shit.
Wait, is that a secret? Is that a secret thing we could take from the alchemy jug, Keith?
Is that his secret ingredient?
Oh my god! I swear to God, if any of you try to pour that out of an alchemy jug, I will smite you so hard and have a Tarask pop up in the town. I swear to God.
To be fair, we're not the ones who came up with the idea.
I was just spouting it out. You came up with the idea of using that.
Aldwin scratches his head. The worst I thought of is have vinegar wine come out so I could use it for a salad or a rub for deer, but that...
Mages have very particular habits. Mages have very particular thought processes when they have magic involved.
I wouldn't know.
Give it a bet. It won't be long, I bet.
Should we put out a some sort of magical harassment box out now in the event a mage pulls something? Because apparently more people are being taught magic.
No, don't worry. If any of them cause any trouble, they'll be dealt with in specific ways. By the time we're done here, a mages guild will be founded by Virno. I have no doubt.
Some more of those bastards come around here.
Yay!
And they'll be policing themselves. I wouldn't recommend trying it.
Hey, just nothing too bad. Just keeping everyone straight.
True. Anyway, I'd like to get out of this cold at some point, please.
Oh, you're talking. I'm the one in my bedclothes right now.
You could have changed.
Yeah, his pajamas with the classic like Scrooge hat. Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Perry, that is your official
Approve
like
of the
canon
Scrooge hat.
PJ pajama set.
Oh my goodness.
I can actually imagine that right now. Anywho,
Fluffy slippers.
The sad thing is, the shirt will probably be covered in deer blood right now.
Bloody slippers.
Lyrian just like, can we please go now? Jeez.
Yeah, I should let you all be on your way.
Tell Rainier to have fun with his acid. Not too much fun.
He will. He has plans for it. Yes.
Okay, guys. By the way, I kind of have to go now.
Ah. All right. Well, it was good talking to you, Norm.
Bye, Norm.
Have a good one, Norm.
Thank you.
Adios.
Everyone,
Bye.
pat Terrence.
Pat.
Pat.
Is my internet messing up again? I think it is. Give me a second.
Pat.
Survey says, yep, it is. Give me a second. Just gonna turn my Wi-Fi off real quick. There. Anyway.
Yep, that is definitely Aldwin or Perry's PJ set.
Oh my goodness. Jeez.
Just now, just smear the shirt and collar and like the sleeves with just deer blood.
Don't worry, he has spares.
It's like
Why?
they have Scrooge McDuck reenact the scene from The Godfather with the horse head in the bed.
Oh, and it's just Aldwin making venison while thinking of Nathaniel.
Sounds accurate.
All right, so Rainier quickly takes the acid and quickly goes back to work on the armor he was working on.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right then.
And with that, we're going to switch over to Searson Aldwin and Lyrian. As Lyrian and Aldwin arrive back at his home, and they find Searson and the rest of them waiting at the front door. Lyrian, so lovely for you to join us. Yes, I'm glad to see you too, Leah. Shall we head inside now?
Oh, what's his face? Aldwin here?
Yes, Aldwin was walking next to Lyrian.
You see him, he's in his winter cloak, but on top of his head is a sleeping cap.
Did I bother you at an inappropriate time?
Do you want me to take off my cloak right now?
She just kind of gives you like a very confused look. Just waves her hands. No.
Steerson, you see there's a small little speck of deer blood on Aldwin's cheek.
Oh. Well, you could have came at any time, you know?
Oh.
Never.
Well, it's maybe just me being a knight, but whenever there's a need, I usually have to respond as soon as possible. And that's in my deer blood covered pajamas, and that's what it is.
I like this one already, Virnos. You hear Virnos say, as Leah just kind of like rolls her eyes. Lyrian kind of just slinks past all you guys as he slowly opens the door.
And also my toes are about to have frostbite, so I'm going in too.
And as you guys head inside, you do find it is quiet in there, but you do notice that there's the sound of the piano going off again, and Lyrian kind of notices and says, Nerul must be playing.
Nerul?
Yes, I suppose he left the Dark Heart, I suppose. That's what we call
the dark heart.
That's what we call the part of the tree that receives no sunlight. It's sort of a nexus point for the shadows, so Nerul likes to spend time in there. He's been in there for the past 3 days.
I would rather not wonder what he has been up to.
Yes, I'm sure he's just been on his own.
Probably thinking too.
Right, so shall we have this talk in the dining room, I suppose?
Over a good meal, perhaps? Unless, she looks at Aldwin. Some of us have already eaten.
Oh, I was just butchering an old carcass from before all this happened, so actually getting ready for it to be sold.
Nice. I do suppose we should conduct our meeting. I would also suppose it'd probably go under different music.
Yep. As you hear the piano in the background being played by Nerul, high up.
Very, very nice timing of Nerul.
No, he's been playing it the entire time. As you guys are walking
just change music up like that is what I'm saying.
I would say this is the song that he's been playing the entire time. I just didn't change to it.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Anyway, so as you guys kind of like sit down, Lyrian kind of like walks up into the kitchen to make food. Vanna, obviously, Leah sits where she thinks sits next to where she thinks Lyrian's gonna sit, probably in a way to make him uncomfortable.
It's probably a good thing.
And Verno sits at the other end of the table, basically, at the head of the other end of the table.
And where will Aldwin sit?
Basically, everyone's sitting at opposite ends of the table so far, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yes. Lyrian's going to be sitting at the end that's opposite Virno because that's where he usually sits. Leah's sitting on what would be his left, so his right side is open. And then Virno's on the other side of the table.
Aldwin's just gonna sit smack in the middle.
Makes sense.
And he looks at both ends. Is there some magical way for you guys to shorten up the table so you can both be within like 5 feet of each other?
You hear a snap come from upstairs, and the table shrinks to where they're gonna be near each other. Thank you, Thrin. No problem.
There we go. That's better for a diplomatic discussion between multiple parties that might hate each
I
other
mean,
for eternity.
I'm gonna sit opposite of everyone else, if that's a thing. So we got a four-corner thing going on.
So one end, the other end. So you're gonna be sitting opposite Aldwin, basically in the middle.
Yep.
All right, meaning Lyrian's gonna be on his own with Leah next to him. That's gonna be amazing. All right. Slowly but surely, Lyrian does come back out with food, steaming hot food. Kind of just sets it on the table for everyone to get with sides and the like before he sits down. Kind of just nudging his seat over so that he doesn't have to sit that close to Leah. Ah, this looks good. Yes, I do say indeed. Oh, well, thank you. I've had to get used to cooking since I did live on my own for quite a time.
What was prepared?
How's everyone's day been since the attack?
Well, business has gone up for the past 3 days. Also, the amount of jeers on top of that, Virno says. The amount of new mages we'll be dealing with has been an annoyance, but it'll have to be dealt with, Leah says. And then Lyrian doesn't say anything as he's slowly getting his food.
Oh! I was just reading a book, really. Wondering, I was looking at this literary analysis of the little Know That Could. How Knowles could write.
Oh,
I was waiting for that. I was like, we're getting a lot of Cassian jokes here. When's that one coming?
You know? Anyways, reading. Reading is what I've been up to.
Renfock the Second.
Well, actually,
Back, baby.
Fenrock can't exist in this world.
Yeah, but I always said when it was about the book, it was Renfock.
Oh my goodness.
Not Finrock. Totally different person.
Totally.
Totally different person.
Completely.
I assume you've been relaxing well, Aldwin? Lyrian asks.
Do you want the sugar-coated truth or of an apparent seasoned commander shrugging off his worldly being able to shrug off his worldly coil with no effort, or do you want the brutally honest version?
Literally 2 people in this room have died already. Take your pick.
Sorry. First night had nightmares, had a nightmare about my order being attacked and destroyed. Drank 3 bottles of wine at 4 o'clock in the morning with a satyr. And then basically spent the last couple of days just meditating and drinking and butchering. He makes a motion to his clothes. As you can see, I gotten rather enthusiastic about one of those activities. And also making sure that my squires do not see me in any sort of emotional mess. But I think that's starting to fail now. Because I think they heard me laughing when I was butchering the meat tonight.
So you're in for a talking to when you get back.
Do you want to place bets on which one is going to do the talking to me?
Grail.
I'm actually putting the money on Leonardo. He might be shy, but he's got a heart to him.
Lyrian nods as he finishes getting his plate of food and the others join suit. And what about you, Lyrian? Oh, me? I haven't been doing much. Just been helping out around the town, been being of use however I can.
Oh, abuse. I thought you said abuse.
No.
Oh no. Well, I see we all have our ways of coping with this.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Alden just gives like a big toothy smile.
And that brings me to the point at hand and why we are having this conversation. We all need to find a reason to cope with each other, correct?
Lyrian kind of like looks down at his plate as he keeps eating. He doesn't say anything. Vano kind of like has a bit of a raised eyebrow, while Leah kind of like has a smirk on her face.
So, we are here to get all of our secrets out on this table and to keep it amongst all of us because we're all the collective rulers of this current regime and we need to work together. No differences, no imperfections, all questions asked. I want to leave out of here all of us working together. No secrets, no backstabbing.
Alden partially wants to make a comment, but he's keeping his mouth shut as he's sipping on his drink.
Do I make myself clear?
Yes, teacher.
So, with much further ado, we should probably get these things out now. So, should someone start, or do I have to start poking and prodding?
I mean, I'm an open book, Vano says as he kind of like sits back. I ain't hiding anything.
Okay, Vienna, what gripes do you have with Lyrian and Lyrian and Leah?
Leah, you're a pain in the ass and you're a total bitch. Is the first thing that gets blurted out as Leah kind of like rolls her eyes. That's where he starts.
Well, it has to be honest, Alden says as he's trying not to spit up his drink. Or he takes directly into his cup.
You need to get out of people's business and let them do what they need. You might be the mage hunter, but hey, we know how to run a business. That's what we're trying to do anyway. If you'd be good at your job, then if I could be good at my job if you weren't in the way.
Perhaps we can come to a compromise amongst both parties.
Look, I just want to run my shop without need of her standing over my back. Well, if you could run it without any infractions, that'd be wonderful.
Could you consider a co-joint run operation of the Mages Guild?
He's not the leader yet. Yes, let's go with that. So currently I just stand on the conclave. I have no position in any of the Mages Guild. I go higher up. Yeah, which makes you even more annoying.
Well then, can I kick out a suggestion? Virno, what rulebook do you have? Do you have a rulebook you have to abide by?
He goes into his bag of holding and he picks out this thick book and sets it on the table, and it says Rules of the Mages Guild, Merchant Edition.
Ooh, a Merchant Edition. I didn't know they had those.
Yeah, some of us mages try to make money off what we can do, so.
Alden looks down at the looks down towards the mage hunter. How much did you happen to write this book?
Nope, Mother did.
Well, which edition of that book is that?
Newest. Every mage has to get the newest edition when it comes out.
Well then, Alden, he sits up and he fishes something out of his pocket and pulls out a red vial and a quill, and he passes it down. Go through there and mark up all the rules that is hindering your ability to work safely or quickly.
He kind of like immediately takes out this ink file that seems to be filling itself. He starts writing through the book, and Leah just kind of like rolls her eyes as she's eating her food.
And looks out at the Mage Hunter. Now, I understand the legality of a Mage's Guild having a... He looks down and counts the pages. 300-page volume
350
for a rule book.
350,
350,
she says.
Oh, I was off by 50 pages. Well, how about... Well, to put it simply, at least in this case, I think Virno can probably handle himself pretty well. He's experienced enough. How about you just... Would taking his suggestions and practically leaving him alone be a good start for a little bit? See how he works?
If he's able to handle his job well, he'll be treated like the other Mages Guild and left to run his own devices. As long as he makes sure that he doesn't cause any trouble for any of the mages nearby.
And may he be able to, say, be on the editing staff for the future handbook?
She narrows her eyes. Don't push it.
Hey, come on. Gotta try somewhere. Gotta try somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But for the duration of your stay, whenever you see him, say, performing something not to your standard, instead of nailing him with a fireball from 30 feet away...
She can slam me at 120 at this point. You hear Virno say as he's still rummaging through the book.
Instead of nailing him from 120 feet away with a fireball or a firebolt, may I suggest something that the knights do when training new squires or new commanders?
Which is?
We come up to him, we wait until they're done, tap him on the shoulder, and say, hey, I saw there was an issue. There was an issue that occurred with your work. May I tell you what I think is off with your work?
I'm at work.
Actually, it works very well.
Very well. I suppose we'll consider that under review then.
And may the review trial be here.
That'll work. As long as this town makes it through.
Leah, darling, if you don't mind me asking, what is your least favorite thing about mages?
The sheer incompetence every single one of them can have for the most basic ideas. It seems like once you develop magic power, it seems like common sense seems to fly out the window for many of them.
Vienna, what is your least favorite thing about mages?
Every time someone tries to, well, let's see. There's the ones that seem to think for some reason, oh, why don't we go behind the back of the guys who are selling stuff to the local populace and then undercut them, so that way we don't have to pay money for stuff like magic items and like. Why don't we delve into these super dangerous dungeons, releasing whatever eldritch abominations in there, just to grab this one piece of magic item that I really want to get my hands on and I don't want to pay for.
Leah, do you agree with this sentiment?
Absolutely, it gets to be annoying, especially since they cause trouble for us later.
What? Leah and Virno agree on something? Oh my goodness!
Aldwin gives like a little clap.
And as long as one of them, let's not forget the fact that some of them like to burn down too many things. Larian adds as he's eating his food, and then all three mages kind of just agree on that note.
Proposal. You are Mage Hunter. He, Virno, is a commerce agent, a banker, a very powerful accountant, so to speak. Why not let him do the accounting and you do the mage hunting?
I don't. Well, that's what happens with the rest of the other guilds as long as they don't cause any trouble. So that could work here for him.
After all, you may be the author, but he's probably that book's biggest fan.
I suppose we'll see.
I was watching Virno burn up the deer blood ink. He's a pretty rabid fan, I can tell. He says partially sarcastically.
I'm sure if anyone took a test and succeeded with exceedingly great numbers, it would be your man over here in the right.
Well, he does have to live within the regulations every single day or he's running out of business, so...
He could practically be the book's lawyer. A rules lawyer, so to speak.
Okay. Okay, I was really... The metagaming's really getting here. The meta jokes are really getting here now.
It's a very appropriate thing to say.
True. And plus he can make sure that our people stay safe. Yes, we wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want another Laval on our hands again. Don't remind me of that, please, Lyrian. I was there too. I didn't forget either.
Virno, your thoughts?
Works for me. I'd like to not have another. That works for me. I'd like to not have another Laval on our hands.
Something all three of us can agree on. That's good. Well,
Rare is it?
5 of us?
This is... I'm just a lowly little knight here, but... may I kick out a suggestion to all the magic users here? Virno, since you have such high praise for knowing what's in that book, I will suggest to the superior here, and I'll suggest this, just a suggestion, but since you know the book so well and likely know how to teach it so well, would you feel comfortable, say, having other wizards come to you and you teach them the rule book, so to speak?
This town needs to get bigger first, unless I'm moving back down to Aeneas. Though the count there gives me the creeps. Everyone gets on Nalua for some reason. Lyrian kind of comments.
Oh, a town doesn't need to be big to be a college town. In fact, the smaller the better. All the Knights had was a town with about a dozen blacksmitheries.
Out of character, and where'd that end up?
Well, you actually would make it funnier if you had someone else say that in character.
I'm not going to say that because that would get a punch in the face. Anyway, in character, all three of them kind of nod. Well, I suppose we'll see.
And just saying, but having a small town filled with boredom might be helpful for prospective students. That's neither here nor there. I am just simply kicking out suggestions. I'm just a fly on the wall.
I am but a fly on the wall.
A fly on the wall that do a lot of talking.
Then goes back to eating for a little bit.
So do the rest of them as Virno finishes up his book and slides it over to Leah, who takes it.
Perhaps you're right, Lyrian. Maybe there's a switch, if you know what I mean.
It's like I said.
All right. Any other quarrels among you two? That should be of note, at least.
Virno immediately looks at Lillian and says, "You already know it might be with you as... Would you let it go? Yes, I have the ability to lose this. He motions to his tattoos, but I choose not to do it. Is that such a problem? Yes, it's a problem. You're the most powerful mage, well, one of the most powerful mages, he says, looking at Leah for a moment, in the continent, and you choose instead to live like a normal person with no magic whatsoever, but being bound by tattoos that keep you alive forever, and basically leave you looking muted and gray, like someone took a beautiful painting and proceeded to dunk it in gray paint. Why?
And?
Why even bother doing it? I have my reasons, Lyrian says as he kind of like takes another bite out of his food. And you, Lizzie, I'd very much like to know these reasons as well. Oh, you as well? Yes. It's a very poignant question, don't you think? It's none of your concern since you were the one that put these on me in the first place. Oh, but I need to make sure that you're not a threat in the future, so the reason would make perfect sense to me.
And we all need to get along.
You see Lyrian tear off another piece of food that he's eating as he kind of like looks down at his plate.
Isn't that correct, Leah?
Yes.
So, what will you, in return, offer to Lyrian if he were to give you this information?
She sighs and kind of sits back, and then she looks at him for a moment, and then he says, I'll give you back your name. And then he pauses and looks up at her. Yes, I'll give you back your name. We can keep the memory. The memories won't return, but you can keep the name at the very least. No one will recognize you except those that already know you.
First and last, because I already have the first.
Yes, first and last. And I already told you the last. Searson.
Good.
Lyrian kind of like nods slowly. All right.
Anything else?
I'm not
What
giving.
about on Virno's end of things?
I got nothing to give the guy. He's more powerful than me.
Okay, very well.
Lyrian kind of just sighs for a moment.
Not even a discount or a free toy?
Well, if you get sick again, so the nobles tattoos stop magic from working on you, I know some recipes that can help. That'd be appreciated. I'd hate to be racked with illness every time I take a peep. I'd hate to be racked with illness every time I have an intake of something that stabbed me. But it gets very annoying. Well, see, there you go then. This is going to not end well.
And through this information transaction, we all agree that there's no more secrets among us?
Yes. Yeah. Very well.
Who's the one who was like, very well?
That was, it was Lyrian, but I think it's more because his emotion from having to tell why he chooses not to take off the tattoos is still getting to him somewhat.
Okay. And what should be accurate punishment should someone break this alliance?
I can't think. Punishment? It's making it sound like we're children, Vano says. I don't think we need much of one, besides the fact that we're going to have to be dealing with each other for longer.
Baldwin's taking a sip from a drink. Well, you sure do act like children sometimes.
Says the one who's been butchering deer for how long again, and is currently sitting in his pajamas covered in deer blood.
Hey, that's
politics.
a respectable service to me.
Hey, I provide this town for the past 5 years or so with fresh deer meat at a better rate than the chieftain himself.
Thank you, Dion.
I deliver it to the people who want it.
Leah says 220 150 years of service to the entire continent of Takira, keeping magic in control. 10 years of selling magic items to whoever can pay for them. About 60 years of trying to return peace to the realm. You hear Lyrian say,
Dies.
I disconnected after my line. What did you say?
Good thing you did. Good thing you did.
Dude.
What did they say? What did they say?
Nothing you need to know.
I want to hear this.
6 feet 5 inches.
6 feet 5 inches.
We were measuring dick
We're
size and
measuring-
accidentally said 6 feet 5 inches instead of 6.5
That's
inches.
a person size.
I mean, that's pretty much Lyrian with what he said right there.
At that point, that's not a good thing. That's a disability on account of your dick.
Oh my god.
That's a
But,
disability.
That's a
Anyway,
disability.
But anyway, all I will say, since for counting number of years, I'm currently 160 years old. Last 5 years being a hunter/butcher, and the 55 years before that, I was a squire in training that could barely break above the basic threshold.
40.
It was on the run. 40? Oh, never mind.
No,
For the
Lyrian said 40 years you've been doing what you've been doing.
Oh, thank you.
He says
Sorry,
that
a lot.
he seems to be saying that like he knows something.
Alden kind of looks at him and squints his eyes. We're taking no shot. That he puts down a gold coin. That's one shot glass that we both have to take now.
It's not. It's
Damn it.
it's
I
nothing.
don't have the sus
Wait,
emoji.
what was the shots for?
It was for the bulk. Jokingly saying, "Oh yeah, what bull crap will we have to put up with for this thing?" But now it's Alden needs to talk to him afterwards.
And Verno kind of seems like confused, but then Leah seems to know it as well, as she kind of like perks up and stares at him. Well, if we're airing out our dirty laundry, I suppose. Well, if we're airing out dirty laundry, I suppose I better get this over with, shouldn't I? He says he takes a sip of his drink. Lyrian does anyway.
Might be a good idea.
Oh, when 40 years before now, you were dead.
And someone tells me I can't remember that because of motioning to.
Your father. And your grandfather.
Oh, that's great.
You and the rest of your knights helped me conquer most of the eastern lands. You died in the fighting. Your father and grandfather, angered by this, betrayed me at the last moment, helping Leah take me down. As a result, as part of my wish to wipe myself from history, I brought you back and fixed your history to where you never knew me. Never knew of my kingdom. It's why your memories are more spotty than everyone else's.
Alright then. He picks up the gold coin and puts it back in his pocket. And in that same stroke, what about you say it's spotty memory, but how spotty are we talking? Like, do I remember the first time I met my who I dearly love? Or is that...
That's all true. That happened.
Alrighty.
The feelings you and her have are real. That much I can assure you.
Thank you. Or I would have jumped across this table and stabbed you in the eye. Pardon me.
I'd heal from it, so I wouldn't blame you if you did. What happened was that I fixed what happened. But despite the fact that you might have died, by changing what happened to you, I rewrote it to where everything that you know in your life actually did happen. There's no oh, your life is a lie. For all intents and purposes, Aldwin the Jade Knight is the real Aldwin. The Aldwin before, he doesn't exist. There's only the one that you are now.
I imagine there were some very interesting conversations up in the afterlife then. Because of that.
Supposedly, though I've never been there to find out myself. He says he takes another drink.
Well, if a magic item is ever developed that can allow a ship to sail into the void and then towards the plains, towards the location of the afterlife, then maybe.
I've visited there before, but that's another story. Anyway, the reason why I don't take out these tattoos is because if I do, I'm just preparing myself for more pain as usual. After all, not having these tattoos is what led to 60 years of my reign over almost all of southern Takira, resulting in a rebellion resulting in a rebellion that caused one of the most hated rivalries of all time to be born, humans versus elves, which has basically dissipated at this point due to me not existing, technically. And then on top of that, due to my actions, I am unable to see my very family. My wife died, and all I got was a letter from my daughter about it. I wasn't even able to be there to see her be buried. We'll be with her in her last moments. Having these tattoos off is the only thing that keeps the pain of basically everything I've done from driving me insane. And to be quite honest, if they weren't for these tattoos, I would already be dead at some point or another. So the reason why I don't take these tattoos off is, while I have great power, and while it would definitely help the cause of defending Leowin, it wouldn't be worth it because I'd lose myself. Because thanks to you, he looks at Leah, and thanks to people who betrayed me, I've lost everything. And all I've dwindled down to is me, this house, those crystals, and my two students who are both going through issues of their own that I can't even begin to fathom. The reason why I don't take off these tattoos is because my life, my mind, my sanity is much safer if I leave them on than if I take them off. If I take them off and I don't put them back on, I have no clue what's going to happen to me.
So you gained the whole world and lost your soul.
In a way, yes. I lost the ability to use magic and to shape time as itself at a whim. But I get to not think about what I had beforehand as harshly. On top of that, every person on the continent would try to get their hands on me to complete their goals if they knew I returned and had my powers. So the world is safer if I don't have what made me who I was. That's why I can't go to the capital where my daughter is to help her before the walls go down and they might come in and slaughter what's left of the people I care about. So yes, that is the reason why I refuse to take off these tattoos. Are we finished here? Leah and Verno don't say anything.
Are we finished here? Leah, Verno.
Verno nods. Yeah, we're done. And Leah nods slowly and looks out at Lily and says, "Yes, we are, Alar." And he kind of looks up at her as he hears his real name.
I hope everyone at this table understands that this man, even though he has a past, he has definitely a future, and that future is not as a Sorcerer King. Is that right?
No, I'm done with that. I leave that to my daughter, though she has no magic to speak of. She just has a kingdom to rule.
Leah? Diana?
Alright then, we'll take his word for that.
If you were to break it, that would just be a secret that breaks this pact anyways. Hopefully, I'm not sure this will do it instantly, but this should hopefully strengthen the relationships between the five of us.
We'll see, all three of them say at once.
We'll see. Is there anything else anyone wishes to get on the table?
Nothing. They're just eating in silence.
I should let you know that all this information will be relayed to our up-and-coming spy, just to make sure that this pact is kept in order. Is that okay with all of you?
Yes, I suppose that'll work. Yeah, as long as he doesn't blab it to anyone else. Yes, as Verno said.
Oh, of course. I'll make sure he doesn't. You hear that, Gabe? That's right.
Anyway.
I know exactly what to do with the queen piece if he tries to pull anything.
He then stands up and says, "Well, Louis stands up and says, "Well, I'm gonna go clean off these plates." He says he takes everyone's plates and walks towards the kitchen. "You're welcome to leave at any time." He then immediately walks to the kitchen, and you hear the sound of running water.
There's no good feeling like indoor plumbing.
Indoor plumbing? What's that?
Verno's gonna leave after that, and Leah is gonna linger a moment before she stands. She starts to walk towards the door.
Does this solve anything for you, Leah?
Yes, it definitely answers some questions that I had for him.
I'm gonna insight to see if her attitude of him has changed.
Well, insight.
God, my only role in this game so far.
Almost everyone has had... Oh, wait, that's right. Susan hasn't rolled anything yet.
Oh, God. My insight shit, no! Why?
Get it over with.
I ain't gonna know shit, dude. Let's see. Well, a 10?
You get the feeling that she's thinking more positively from what you can get before she leaves.
Mission accomplished! Sorry.
Quick question, is there like a pitcher and a couple of cups left on the table?
Yeah.
Is it just plain water, I assume?
Yeah.
Just you, me, and the table.
Lyrian comes back in a few times to pick up more plates and stuff.
I'll pick up like if they were handing out ribs, he picks up the last of his piece and like he's getting the last bits of it off.
He grabs a cup and he says, "Old one. Your father and grandfather loved you very much. They literally moved to heaven and earth just to get you back to them."
Not wrong.
I hope that offers some relief to you. If you're ever a relief to you, I know how stern the Hollywood family can be, but above all else, they do care for you.
Well, if there's one thing, this is waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning and walking around the manor. There was one morning I ran across Dad and Grandpa. They were both drinking in the cellars, what they were doing. And he just said, and Grandpa said, "I'm sorry for being so harsh on you. I just wanted you to be better than me." So he said to Dad. Just kind of wish they said it to. Just kind of wish I'd gotten that a little bit easier.
Yeah, well, things are never how we want them to be, he says before he takes the cups and walks to the kitchen. I wish you all a good day. We can leave everything where it is, I'll deal with it.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Need to clear my head.
Dearson. Yeah, Evan, since you're the one that came up with the whole airing out the dirty laundry and, basically letting the poop-stained underwear be seen by all, from everyone. Anything you see in me? I'm just curious.
Lyrian had a wonderful conversation. Lyrian and I have a wonderful conversation about you earlier. Seeing how you would work in a situation like this, I brought you along as sort of a ringer, so to speak. And, as he said, it's a simple switch. Go from a brave soldier to a stubborn leader. Take any of those words as if you will.
Well, it takes a very special person to sit at a table with a skilled strategist, the local mage, the El Presidente mage, and then former ruler of the world.
Quarter.
Hmm?
He shouts from in the kitchen. Quarter.
It's enough for me.
Both of you to assume I'm a strategist. Very kind of you, I suppose.
What were you about to say? I apologize, I cut you off.
I have to ask. Well, how much do you know about me?
Well, you are an alchemist that... Okay, what are you sharing in here?
What?
Nothing. Okay, continue.
Okay.
What was going on?
Continue.
I got so woke.
Okay, so... To be honest with you, I see a chicken-bird hybrid humanoid individual. I don't even know what you're properly called. I apologize.
It's fine.
What?
Chicken bed, humanoid person works. All the same.
No. That ain't gonna fly with me.
I identify as a Tickryle.
I identify as a truck. Tickriel, darling.
A Tickryle.
Tickriel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a wood elf.
Yes.
He flicks his ears.
Honest.
You are a alchemical Tickriel who showed up in town to replace Rakus. Effectively.
I am. I didn't know I was good at alchemy.
Well, from my understanding, all you need is an alchemy book and you could be an alchemist. The standard's fairly low, apparently.
Ooh.
I make wines, dear. That is not the same as making alchemy.
Oh, it's a different form of alchemy.
Or to put it in layman's terms, I used to work alongside a fair lord. We worked in a vineyard, so to speak. We owned a vineyard.
Fully aware what a vineyard is. Spent my
Wait.
time in them,
Yes.
even though I don't look like it. He makes a motion to his clothing and his demeanor.
So, fair to say, I'm about as good at alchemy as perhaps you are.
I'm more of a, how can you say it? I'm more of a bookkeeping individual, in a way.
Resourceful survivalist.
Well, nothing says resourceful survivalist like running away from the headquarters of the knightly order you were just under that's burning to the ground. With nowhere to
I
go.
was talking about the deer blood.
Oh, yes. That too. But yeah, sorry. Yes, I'm a resourceful. If you come home with me and see the absolute mess I made of the countertop, I let nothing go to waste. In fact, if I remember correctly, I should get some smoked sausages on this evening. Or get some sausages on to be smoked tomorrow. For the next couple of days.
Anything else?
You're smart, intelligent, and you apparently have a political savvy that makes me wonder about you.
There's a bit of a nod of affirmament coming from the kitchen. I mean, there's a hum of basically agreement coming from the kitchen.
Oh, now, I didn't ask for your opinion. No, you could probably read minds or something over there.
Not particularly. Can only hear you.
Oh,
Okay.
You could probably just wiggle your eyebrows and do it.
I'm pretty sure the wiggle my eyebrows thing was more specific for something else, but noted.
What was it for, Sorcerer King?
I have a wife and a child, you know. Take a gander. He then pokes out of the kitchen. I was a sorcerer and a wizard. I was intelligent and I was charismatic. I had to go towards something. He then heads back into the kitchen.
Aldwin is about to shout something, but he stops. I got a warlock around me, so I can't say anything.
Fuck. Damn it.
What?
I don't know Aldrin's last name.
Hollywood. He said it.
Hollywood.
Lyrian said it to be. Oh, Alar now. I can call him by his actual name.
No, well, I have keen mind, so I would know it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so.
Yeah. I didn't know it, and that makes my point even so much weaker. God. Anyway, sorry.
I politely ask you, in exchange, in a polite parlay exchange, Aldwin makes a motion like a ballerina, about ready to enter a new dance routine. What do you know about me? At this point, he's literally drinking straight from the pitcher, water.
You are Sir Aldwin Hollywood, formerly the last known knight of the Jade Knights, but the new form.
Wrong one.
Oh, excuse me?
Forest Knights.
No?
Forest
The
Knights.
what Knights?
He was the last one of the Forest Knights. He's the first and only one of the Jade Knights.
The first of the Jade Knights. God, I was gonna flip them too. God.
Good job.
Better than nothing.
Well,
Better than nothing.
You have keen mind, so you can say that you actually remember this.
Fuck yes, brother. Fuck yes. The most useful feat in the world. You're Sir Aldwin Hollywood, formerly the last known knight of the Forest Knights, but now the founder of the Jade Knight.
Oh, whoa. Let's slow down there. I'm only the first knight. Continue.
First
Whoa.
Knight's a founder.
You're not one. You're not wrong. He says as his head kind of like hits the table.
It's quite all right. There's someone very important back at home with him, right?
He doesn't even know where she is now, technically speaking.
Yeah. You knew someone very important to you, but you don't know where she is now.
Nope.
As we have found out, the last 40 years were quite interesting. Or, excuse me, the time before the last 4 years was very interesting. Given that apparently there are two old ones, one doesn't exist.
The other one now, and by time's own definition, the other one has lived his life as a knight. I wouldn't question it.
Yes.
He leans over. Squire turned knight. Let's be technical here. Please don't throw that K word around with me.
Oh, God's sakes. Noted.
Please.
Take great pride in your profession as a squire. Hmm?
Part. Still getting used to the knight.
Okay. It's even harder to get used to the commander role you've been given by the town.
You don't want to know how many times I've I sat in my bed at night and thought about my life.
Oh, from the amount of times you've told me so far, especially at this dinner, when I was merely just asking about your day, I'd imagine a lot.
I'm sorry, I'm like an open book.
And I, a closed one. But, as commander, it's quite imperative to know your people. The people who are with you, against you, under you. It's good to take notes. Have a keen mind, per se. It's good to know who your people are. And ask me this. Who are your people? You've been with them for 40 years, right? Some a bit less, I understand. There are a lot of allies here. But the reason why I gathered everyone here today is to know them a bit better. And for them to get along. These are people who have very deep-rooted hatreds for each other over the smallest of things. In reality, they're large to each other, but to you and me, this past is a past.
Correct about.
And that's where I feel like you could use a bit of help. Knowing your people. Why? Do you even know my last name?
Never thought to ask it until now.
It's a very simple last name.
Is the bird chirp?
I take quite an offense to that.
Don't take any If you knew half the people I knew before the order fell, you would have been haggled from here to the capital, from all the way.
Maybe to a bloody Arakakra, but not me.
What is your last name, by chance?
Where do we live?
Hanak?
She nods.
Seriously? Hanak.
Rose Hanak. Rose Hanak.
Rose Hanak.
Mm-hmm. Like Hollywood, I guess.
Well, yours can probably capture a man's heart if you so choose, or an individual's heart if you so choose.
I don't know. Yours is the same way. You've got Holly and you come from a wood.
Well, it makes more sense than my last name.
What's yours? I keep forgetting. Fuck. I might not actually need to start taking more.
Daenerys.
Daenerys. Yeah. Yeah.
Or when that
I
name,
made jokes about
or
that.
when that name strikes a chord with you for a moment, as you realize what that name is.
Daenerys.
Look in lore. Actually, no. Wait. Look in countries. Actually, top of the list.
Okay, countries. Where's the countries? Where? Okay, lore. Countries.
That's what I
No.
was looking for.
Countries.
earlier.
The channel countries. Look at the top. Look at the top. Look at the first country I ever wrote about.
Alden will shout at the top of his lungs, "You motherfucker! Your daughter is my liege, technically speaking."
My daughter is the queen of Hanak. Because technically that makes me the godfather of Hanak, but I'm not going to think twice about it.
Just don't. They'll save you a lot of trouble.
It will.
Why don't you visit her?
You mean besides the fact that I was stuck in a cottage for about 40 years and the capital is currently under siege?
Right in those terms, yes.
Well, that would be the reason why. My brother's there as well, and I know he's too afraid to see me.
I would say I would write a letter, but I'm not.
I wouldn't recommend it. They'll know soon enough, I bet.
As soon as the roads are clear again, your word of view is probably going to spread very quickly.
Oh, I have no doubt. And they won't remember me. Most people won't remember me, but at least my name's returned to me. He says as he returns and fixes the table. Alar Daenerys. Haven't had that name in 40 years.
But aside from that little tangent,
you two should be going about your day at this point, I believe.
Yes, we have a spy to talk to, in fact. No, an up-and-coming spy.
Yes, I've already spoken to him about things he should keep refrained from, but you have fun spreading the information to him. I'm sure he'll find it useful.
and I need to go harass. After that, I need to go harass a wizard shop, a magic shop owner.
Tell Verno. Have
Why
fun
don't
with
we
Verno.
have this conversation with a spy at a bakery? I think we
they're
all know
closed
just
now.
the place.
What
Oh,
time is
I'm
it?
sure they'll allow us after hours.
What time is it right now in game?
Chief, you guys did this in the morning. It's currently probably
shit.
reaching noon.
It's like, yeah, it's like,
Oh shoot, let's go.
Oh, not that one! Ah, skip. Jesus.
Ah, yes, the perfect bakery music.
I'm looking for a specific theme, because I need it for something.
What? For us?
No.
Okay.
Oh yes, the Warrior Otoshi 3.
I will choke you, shut up.
I am.
Don't worry, it's almost over soon.
Let's get this big
We
chicken.
also have something, I think.
So, you... Where's that?
Let's get this McChicken.
Let's get this big chicken.
Oh my goodness. I am wondering why I hang out with you. Nope, not that
I'm
one.
tired and I get stupid.
Anyway, so you guys had a... so... Alwyn goes out to go see Verno.
I can't read.
And what is it? And seriously, you notice that Alar seems to be lingering in the kitchen currently.
Oh, really? Elegant? Or Elegard Kelsier?
No, you see Alar. Lyrian.
Alar. Oh.
That's his real name. Have fun getting used to that.
Alright. Alright, Alar, yes, we see Alar.
He's hanging. He hasn't left the kitchen yet. Is he still? You notice that he's pretty much done washing dishes and fixing them and stuff. But he still seems to be just standing in there as kind of like looking, as kind of like just trying to like he keeps like re-washing dishes and the like.
Hi.
Alar.
Hmm.
Do you prefer that name?
Yes, it's nice to hear that I'm not the only one who can say it, which means that it's actually true that I have my name back.
How does that make you feel?
I have no idea. Never thought I'd get it back, and now here I stand, being able to have my true name again. I wonder what price I'm about to pay for having it back.
Hopefully not a bad one.
We'll see.
Things shouldn't spread too far from here.
Hopefully you're right.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm pretty damn sure I'll be right. Also, I don't know how this thing works. And she's just like kind of flailing her arms like she's trying to hug, but she can't. She doesn't know how to.
He looks at her for a moment and he asks, "Are you trying to hug me?"
No. Yes.
He kind of like dries his hands off.
Searson is best awkward bird girl.
And then he kind of like walks forward before he wraps his arms around you and hugs you.
Oh, that's a hug. Oh, that's a lot of contact.
Then immediately stops. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Just wanted to make sure you're okay. And I was told that hugging is a great way to make people know that they're okay.
I would say so, yes.
And it also means that I should care about you, right? That's what, caring is.
I suppose so, yes.
Okay. So let that be as simple that I care about you.
He nods with a bit of a smile. He says, "Same to you. I care about you as well."
Good. Let's hope that things get much better from here on out.
I agree.
He kind of looks at Aldwin. She thinks about the hug, but then he's got deer blood on him, and that's probably even dirtier than whatever he's got on him.
Well, Aldwin,
Can I tell Rose is thinking about wanting to give him a hug?
what's your insight?
Oh no!
No, what is your insight? Like, just tell me the modifier.
+3.
So it's a 13. What's your deception? Searson?
It's a +1.
That's an 11. Yeah, you can tell. 13 beats an 11.
Aldo,
Are you okay, buddy?
Aldo, make sure at least his shorts are clean. Looks at Searson / Rose. So, before I do this to you because you're a good friend. I want to make you an even better friend. And Alduin quickly rips off his shirt and his
God,
arm out.
I am leaving. Oh no!
Puts his arms out and just chases after her.
Oh my goodness.
What just happened?
Alon kind of just watches the two of them leave, and then kind of
I'm running to the bakery.
he shakes his head.
Shut that door behind me.
He shakes his
Excuse me.
he shakes his head, and he's just like, I swear.
Alduin stops at basically the exit to the tree and puts his shirt back on.
Try not to freeze out there,
Why do you take your shirt off?
because his shirt is covered in blood. Deer blood, to be exact.
To hug him?
Yeah, to hug her, yes. Stay safe,
Imagine
Alduin.
just like I'm meeting this guy and he takes off his shirt and tries to hug you.
Hey, you might be lawful good, but his mentality might be chaotic good someday, so bear with him.
Oh my goodness. You
Takes
guys,
off skin.
you leave, and then 2 more days pass, and the day of resurrection has come, as currently there's about 2 feet of snow on the ground.
Oh, that's a lot of fucking snow. Ooh, I've got a dumb idea.
And Nerul kind of like takes Ellison's body out of the tree. It's still as pristine as it was with the day she died. With you guys are the main ones there. And he kind of like lays her in the snow. He clears out an area and lays her in the snow. And he looks at Dion with the staff of with the rod of resurrection. As you guys are all kind of like circled around and watching.
I'm past that laughing fit. I was joking. Oh wait, so we're watching. Is it working?
Dion prepares himself for the ritual. He prays to the Maiden Mother for guidance. And then you use the right direction. A golden circle appears around Ellison's body, like carving into the snow, burning into it. And you watch as the light starts to form. And you see, and the light goes brighter and brighter and brighter. And then resurrection is cast. I'm gonna see if the rod survives this. It survives. The rod shakes. It seems to crackle with the energy. It seems to split apart. And then once again, it comes back into itself as the light shoots into the sky. And then you hear a voice, this ethereal voice say, "A gift." And then light fades, and Ellison's laying there in the snow, and she opens her eyes and she wakes up. And that's where we're going to end this session.
Oh wait. I think Cookie had something. Maybe.
No, good.
Oh, okay, never mind.
You sure, Cookie?
Yeah.
Sure you're not gonna smooch?
Yes.
We'll save it. Don't worry, we'll go over the rest of it next session. I just wanted to get that last thing out the way, and